Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, what's going on, gang? Good afternoon. How are you? Welcome. Happy to have you here. My name is Alan Cox. Thank you for showing up. If you did. If you didn't, well, better luck next time. See what we can do. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
There's Mary Santora.
Hi, guys. No babies.
Ears chilly?
Huh?
Ears chilly?
I didn't want to wash my hair.
You know, I didn't want to wash my hair.
It's beanie season.
It is. Cuffing season, beanie season. It's not Cecil season anymore.
Spoopy season.
Spoopy season.
Spoopy.
That's right.
She was wearing a winter coat. I had to give her a ride today because her car is being used by somebody else. But I pick her up and she's wearing a full-blown winter coat.
Well, it was chilly this morning, wasn't it? I mean, I wore a jacket.
What did I say when I got out of the car when we got to work?
That you messed up.
I said this was unnecessary. I have on a hat, long socks, winter boots, and a winter coat, and I was like, okay, maybe 61. I didn't need to dress like that.
Yeah, what precipitated that? Why did you think it was going to be 30?
I was chilly.
Oh.
I went out this morning. We had to drop my boyfriend's car off at the shop, and then he took my car to work. So I left this morning at like 8 in the morning, and I was freezing cold. So I came back home, and I was like, oh, it's going to be cold. It doesn't matter.
I was just curious how we all got here.
Yeah.
Literally and figuratively.
So I was like, hey, I probably need a winter coat today.
Yeah, okay. Poundcake is back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
Make sure you say hello to him. I get a letter from Christy. She said that her children run around singing Poundcake's country song.
I would like a video of that.
Except she says they sing My Truck, My Guns, My Fear instead of beer. I guess guns are okay, beer is not. The kid's lyric change might actually be a better fit for Poundcake. Well, I don't know
with my anxiety.
I don't know what she means about that.
Well,
but,
also for people that are really into guns, they tend to have a lot of fear.
Is that what it is?
I feel like
I won't live my life in fear.
But
they carry an AK into Walmart.
Like I was talking about when I went shooting with a couple buddies a couple weeks ago, they're talking about all these scenarios where they're like, I got to be ready in case somebody tries to break into my house. I'm like, statistically, you don't.
Well, I don't know where that guy lives. He probably would know better than we would, but still.
No,
point taken.
Solon and Westlake, they're both fine.
They're going to be okay.
They're both fine.
Gonna be all right.
I am having issues with the phones again.
Great.
Like, the phones are working, but the screen is not, and I already restarted the computer. I did the whole thing and nothing. So
he troubleshot.
Apologies in advance.
All right, that's fine. I mean, so do you want me to pick them up, or how do you want to do it?
I can pick them up. You just won't know who. You won't see the name until I get that sorted out with the screen. So
okay.
It'll just be random.
That's fine.
But I will.
I mean, that's how it is if I pick them up anyway. So that's all right.
I guess we're getting prepared for when I go on vacation in November.
Oh, that's gonna be so much fun.
When are you going on vacation in November?
My birthday.
It's the week before your birthday, week before Thanksgiving.
The week before Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Okay.
So November
15th through the 19th.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
Okay. What do you mean, uh-oh?
I'm in Philadelphia the 18th and 19th.
Oh,
looks
taking
like
some
we'll
days
just have
off.
I can hold it down with you.
Bill and I are not going to do it. What have I told you? If one person's out, cool. If 50% of the people are gone, it's a best of day.
I say we bring in some Gwen. We can do it.
Maybe one day we'll do that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the week of the 15th, that's when you're in Mexico.
Yep.
On Isla Mujer.
Yeah.
Right?
My mom laughed at me because she was like, "You're saying it wrong." I'm like, "What is it?" She's like, "Es la mujeres." I'm like, okay. I'm not cultured, I guess.
Mom, do you know how many things I say wrong on a regular basis?
And just now you're stepping in?
This doesn't, I'm almost 30 years old, Mom, and now you decide to play that card? Why don't you turn around and walk the other way, Mom? Yeah, I said it, Mom.
It's better than if he's like, Isla Mujer or something. Like, totally butchered it.
No, that's why I think that he's kind of hip to some of those things because he just knows them from pop culture. He knows them in another way. He doesn't know them in any kind of, I don't know. And besides, I assume he's done some research on where he's going to go, right?
Yeah. I mean,
you know where you're going.
I'm going with the girl who travels all the time, and she was... just like with Jamaica, I was like, ooh, let me look up the resort. Let me look up the gay clubs nearby. Let me look up like the nearest nude beach.
Isla Mujeres is like Mexico's Ibiza.
I guess.
As I understand it, yeah.
I don't know, but this is her oasis. This is her destination spot. Like, this is where she goes every year.
Yeah, oh, she goes every year.
She goes every year. And she was like, I don't want to have my 40th birthday in any other place. Like, these people know her by name.
Oh, she's 40. She's not your age.
No.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, it's her big 40th extravaganza.
I see. And you're tagging along.
Yeah. It's me and like 30 other people. This is a big trip.
Al and I played Hot Nuts on the jukebox in a bar in Willoughby on Saturday night, and no one reacted at all.
That's been the case so
far. I played it again, and again, no one seemed to notice or care, but it was still funny. All right, there you go. There's a lot of people that are kind of dipping their toe into the Hot Nuts in a bar pool.
Just to see one glance over, like,
just
hey,
see.
Who did it?
That's right. I wish they had they have a DJ when I do my Cocks Out pre-games at the Ivy downtown. They have a DJ there, and so they don't have a jukebox. But boy, that is an occasion where I would love if there was a jukebox. Maybe I'll have Hot Nuts played at the next Cocks Out on Thursday night.
You probably could.
I'll whip that crowd into a frenzy.
I'm sure they would be happy to, the DJ, because it's not like they don't have access to other songs. And then you get like a Hot Nuts remix.
A Hot Nuts remix.
Oh, yeah.
You mix it with some Lil Jon, or who's popular right now?
So I'm looking at...
Young Thug.
Young Thug.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the invite right now, and it's November 13th through the 20th.
Oh, wow.
So I think you guys will be here. Or Mary, I don't know what your schedule looks like, but...
18, 19. I'm in Philly, 18, 19, 20.
Yeah, that is still that week that we would be here, the 15th through the 19th. Yours is just the 13th through the 20th.
I was just trying to be exact.
The work week, though, is the 15th through the 19th.
Yeah.
Alan, make note that he will not be here Saturday and Sunday.
And then that next week, we're gone for half the week for Thanksgiving.
Yeah.
Man, this guy.
I told you because you guys could have my birthday off because I'm so sweet.
Is that what it is? Mm-hmm. Why don't you give us a day off? It's not your birthday. Then we'll show you how sweet. What day?
The 18th and 19th.
Guys, these days we'll have off. Yeah, I mean, if it's just you gone, we'll figure it out.
Yeah.
But, yeah, I don't know what to tell you.
I mean, auditions for a new phone screen or a temporary
auditions,
phone screen might be interesting.
All right,
that Matt Campy.
Open call for phone screeners.
He was great.
Yeah, right? Is that guy still alive?
He's out there. Okay. I mean, we could give him a call.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, I was in Michigan on Friday. Thank you, by the way, to all the people who leave voicemail messages on the After Hours line because they're listening to a best of show. And they are commenting on something that we talked about a long time ago. Not your fault. It might, to the untrained ear, sound like a show like any other. But I was out on Friday because my older daughter was on homecoming court. Ooh. And it was just this rainy, gross... Thank God the rain stopped by, like, game time, but the whole rest of the day. Because there's supposed to be this parade, and they're in Corvettes and stuff, and... I don't remember... Now, again, I have zero experience with homecoming court. I think my middle brother was on homecoming court. I wasn't even remotely close to homecoming court, but I still don't remember this much fanfare around it. Like every day they're posting videos of these choreographed dances and they got photos in the thing. And I know it's probably more tailored to just the life with social media.
Yeah.
I'm sure, obviously that's what it is. But that aside, I didn't remember all the fanfare around it.
I was on homecoming court, and it was just like before the homecoming game, they would announce the court and the winners. So you would like
stand and wave.
No. Everybody was on the field, and so they had
But that was all there was. Like, that's what I remember.
There was like the band, and you walk down with like your parents or whoever your escort was. They'd announce you one
her
at a time.
Her mom and I are on either side of her, and that everybody was lined up on the track that then circles the football field because it was rainy and muddy and whatever. So we were all on the track. And yeah, that's all I remembered is walking out, facing the crowd, and then they line everybody up. They announce
it, and then football starts.
That's right. Yeah, because I said to my daughter, I go, "Are you a favorite for this?" She's like, "Oh no," and I go, "Who's going to win?" She goes, "The girl behind me." And then the dude is like some kid from Kenya or something that like remember when you had a foreign exchange student and everyone loved him because they're like, he's here for a while. It's kind of funny that he doesn't really understand what we're saying. And then he's just like somebody that.
But usually they're very enthusiastic and
very enthusiastic. Yeah. We had a Japanese kid in our senior year. And
Dong, I believe.
No, that was not his name. That's not a Japanese name, Bill.
No, it's not.
No, I don't think so. Nevertheless, Makashi was this kid that we had, and everybody loved him. And of course, homecoming king, right? Because they're like, hey, let's send him off with a nice story back to the land of the rising sun. And he can tell everybody about, how he became homecoming king. Because at the time, I think Japan was still a monarchy. So it was a very, very exciting thing for him to be able to go back and say he'd been crowned king.
It's the only king in Japan.
Oh, it was so fun. But by the time everything got going, the rain had stopped and it was nice. And
what part of Michigan are they in?
Southwest Michigan, Battle Creek, Michigan.
I was in Ann Arbor.
Yeah,
that's pretty close.
That's closer to Detroit. That's more on the eastern side of the state.
The weather was the exact same all weekend. Horrible. 52 and raining.
I assume the weather was the same in most of the Midwest this weekend. It was probably the same here, wasn't it? Was it rainy and nasty?
I thought it was like 70 and sunny here.
Oh, was it really?
It started raining on Friday night, and then I didn't go outside at all on Saturday, so I don't know. Like, I was just not feeling good, so I just NyQuil'd myself up and literally went outside 2 times just to, take my dog out.
Okay, I've got to take a break. We're back to go funding yourself, so you'll have a chance every single hour to win $1,000. So listen, the next keyword is coming at 2:30, and then you get them at 3:30, 4:35. Like I said, you got about up to 16 chances every single day to win $1,000. So your chance is coming up next.
That's it. you ignore yours.
Family time's always best when it's forced.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
Another chance for you to go fund yourself here in about 7 minutes, closer to 2:30. And then 30 past every hour on the show this afternoon. Another chance to get $1,000. So be listening very closely for that. Tiffany out in Alliance won earlier, so congrats to her. So 2:30 is going to be your next keyword. Cavs had an okay weekend. Friday, they beat the Pacers. Their regular season begins on Wednesday night in Memphis. They'll play the Grizzlies. And then this Friday night is the home opener. The Charlotte Hornets will be in town to play the Cavaliers for a 7 o'clock tip. You will hear all of it here on WMMS. I don't know if people are expecting a whole lot from the Cavaliers, but it's always fun when they get out there and start playing and maybe show you a few things you didn't even know were there, right?
I'm pumped.
Right, but why not get pumped?
I love basketball.
There
so
you go.
Even, just them being back is nice, and I think they're going to surprise people.
I hope they do.
They're going to be a little better than they've been in the past.
All you can do is sometimes low expectations work better for a team. Mm-hmm. Because it inspires them to go above and beyond. Of course, head coach L.T. Ermagerd says that he is very excited for the new season and can't wait to see what this young crew brings to the team. Of course, former Bull Lauri Markkanen is part of the Cavaliers now, so I'll have my eyes on him. A kid named Broderick Thomas joined the Celtics, but I thought that they had been talking to him about coming to Cleveland.
I think he was with Cleveland, and I think they cut.
They did. Yeah. Okay. Well, there you go. So he's not staying. Mm-hmm. The Browns got beat up. There's no other way to say it.
That sums it up right there.
Yeah. I mean,
Terry the Goat. I had a lot of things going on yesterday after the Cox out, so I barely dipped my face into the game after watching pretty much the complete game the weekend before. Still waiting on tonight's Monday Night Football pick. It's the Bills over the Tennessee Titans is what Terry the Goat went with. But she had a bad week. She is so far, she only picked 3 winners. So, yeah, she had a bad week. She picked the Browns over the Cardinals. Cardinals remain undefeated. They are kind of like the bizarro Detroit Lions, if you want to look at it that way.
Yeah, even the Jaguars won a game.
Even the Jaguars finally won. Why not? And there's more Urban Meyer video coming out allegedly, and very exciting. So I'm sure that they'll
from a separate incident or from the steakhouse.
Apparently somebody's got some video, and his wife is threatening whoever's got it. I don't know. But boy, that's a time where you just want to put your head down, spend a lot of time at work. Oh, he's always in the office. He's always watching tape. It's like he never wants to go home. It's so strange. He's always at the practice facility. He's always in his office.
Even when he was at that bar, it's the bar that he owns, so he's still kind of at work.
That's
that he owns.
Yeah, supervising.
He was just there doing quality control.
Whatever that girl's name was, like Nebraska Camel Toe or whatever.
Is that her name?
Something
wow,
like
the
that.
Names are getting crazy these days.
She's completely off of social media.
Yeah.
And her mom's like, she can't lose her job. She just bought a $400,000 house and she needs to be able to pay for it. It's like,
what does she do?
She works for like a media company or something. I don't know.
Media.
She just bought a $400,000 house
what her mom said.
In Jacksonville?
No, because that all happened in Ohio. That happened outside of Columbus by Urban Meyer's Urban's Chop House or whatever.
Oh, yeah, he's chopping it up.
And the $400,000. She's like 23, 24 years old, and she's got a $400,000 house.
That's a mansion in Ohio.
We're all failures. Just want to let you know.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Well, but I mean, I would imagine that the housing market in Columbus is probably a little more expensive.
It is, but still, $400,000 in Ohio, period, will get you. I mean, it's not Los Angeles.
Big old house. Yeah.
You
5 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms.
No matter where you are. Upper Arlington is like the bougie part of Columbus, and still, $400,000 is still a pretty big house.
Well, it certainly sounds like it would be, and hopefully nothing bad will happen to her. Listen, I looked at that video numerous times, as I'm sure we all did, just so we could really get a sense of what happened. And it looked to me like she didn't realize that there was someone already sitting on that stool, and she was just scooting, trying to get on the stool.
Yeah.
And was so...
backing up.
Slumpy.
She was so transfixed by whatever was happening on stage or in front of the room or whatever. I don't know if there's a band playing or what. That she just didn't turn around and think of it, and was trying to, scoot her butt up there on the stool, and then whoops! Oh my God, there was a guy there the whole time, and boy, is my face red. So best of luck to Nebraska Camel Toe down there in Columbus, Ohio. But we don't have to worry about that with our own Slavy Differdorf, who's helping out on the video department today. So thanks. So
she keeps it tight. Slavy.
Brown Scott, I don't know if that's a guy or a girl, Mary.
I think it's a girl.
And okay, I don't know. What about Slavy Differdorf says chick to you?
Slav. You've never heard that name for a girl? It's pretty popular.
Oh, I've heard Slav for a girl, but this is Slavy, Mary.
That's true.
This is Slavy.
It's a pet name.
My friends call me Slavy, but
her name is Cayman, Nebraska.
It's
just
close.
kind of a porn star.
Well, there you go. That's what he was hoping to do. So the live stream there up and running. Terry the Goat did not have a good week. Y'all, again, I don't want to say too much here, but I just did want to offer what I assume are all of our heartfelt condolences. I got a very quiet call from Drunk Sue, who told me that her daughter passed away. Her daughter was very young, she's in her mid-30s. And so I left her a message and told her how sorry we all were. And so she's still waiting to get some information on that. But everybody knows. I mean, one of the most horrible, horrible things that can happen to any person is to outlive your kid. So our condolences to Drunk Sue, to Bob. Isn't that her guy? Bob? Yeah. And then Colin Powell died. That's already being turned into, because no one can die, no one in politics can die without it being turned into some crusade for one side or the other. Colin Powell's death is immediately being turned into something, I guess, because he died of, the headline is that he was fully vaccinated but died of COVID. What they're not saying is he had cancer and Parkinson's and all kinds of other things too. So that's what will.
84, like people.
He was
died
84 years old, yes, and he was not. But people are taking, whatever side you fall down on. What am I saying? Right-wingers are basically taking that and running with it and saying that it proves all kinds of things that it really doesn't prove, but that's what they're going with now. But Colin Powell, which I thought I misread at first. I mean, Mary didn't even see it until it was up on my monitor in the office.
Yeah.
She's like, Colin Powell died. I'm like, yeah. He had blood cancer, and if you had seen him recently...
That sounds like a bad one.
Blood cancer.
Blood cancer.
I mean,
a lot of blood.
Just coursing through you.
Yeah, none of them are good, but I mean, that one. And
sounds real bad.
But there was a time where he could have been America's first black president if things had gone the way his party wanted them to go. A lot of people wanted him to run in '96. They wanted him to run against Bill Clinton. Ronald Reagan wanted it. A lot of people in the Republican Party wanted Colin Powell to run against Bill Clinton in Clinton's second term, and he probably would have won. He polled better than Clinton did. But I think his wife talked him out of it. I think Colin Powell's wife was very concerned about their privacy because he was a pretty centrist Republican in a party that at that point was just kind of beginning its lurch to the hard right. So Republicans put up Bob Dole, and he got stomped. And so you got a second Clinton term.
Bob Dole got stopped.
I have a
Bob
question.
Dole, yeah.
So did he poll better than Clinton amongst Republicans or polled amongst independents and Democrats?
Among a lot of people. I mean, if he
Clinton,
had...
They looked at Clinton like he was this, like, I don't know, like the Vanessa Clinton was like unlike any other politician.
Who's Vanessa Clinton?
Finesse.
The finesse of Clinton?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
They call it the full Bill Clinton. Like you have to have a certain candor as a president, and they thought that Bill Clinton had that.
Yeah, Slick Willie. They called him Slick Willie because people liked him, but you knew he was, he's kind of, he was kind of giving you a line of crap, but, So, yeah, a lot of people blame Colin Powell for selling the big lie about the Iraq War, but, if he had, let's say he had run.
Wait, what? What? Big lie.
Let's say that he had run in '96 and had beaten Bill Clinton, right? Then let's say he got a second term. First of all, he would have been America's first black president. If he got a second term, there would have been no Monica Lewinsky, because that happened in Clinton's second term. So all that.
You don't think she would have tried to get one over on him?
And Colin Powell.
Like, hey, what's up, President Powell?
Hey, you know what other Colin I like? But we also probably wouldn't have gotten Obama, and we probably wouldn't have gotten Trump if Colin Powell had been president. Because I don't.
This was a better timeline.
All because of his. Huh?
This is a it's a different timeline.
It's a different timeline. Yeah, is it a better timeline?
Universe?
Don't know. You don't know what other things could have happened. Yes. So in the presidential cinematic universe, who knows what could have happened? But
Do you think
we'll get the Flash to go back in time and see what would have happened?
There you go.
Do you think his wife regrets that decision?
No, I don't think so.
For privacy? But
no, I don't think so. Because he's still, he was kind of regarded as a statesman, and I don't know that you're seeing anybody who worked with him say anything bad about him. So, I mean.
I'm sure people were pissed at him, though. They're like, listen, you have a duty to your country.
Well, his duty to his country was not necessarily to be the president. I mean, he was a soldier and he was a military man. And so, I mean, he had more than served his country, I think, when it came to. I mean, Jesse Jackson ran multiple times in the 80s and he always got stomped. He'd have like regional pockets of people who dug him, but there were a lot of people who were desirous of Jesse Jackson to be the first black president. And every so often there was somebody who would pop up. But I mean, Colin Powell was a guy who was seen as widely popular because he was a veteran. I mean, he was a guy who had kind of been around and wasn't ruffling a lot of feathers. And that was before Republican Party just went full tilt boogie. And he could get behind it. Because, I mean, as of many, many years ago, he's like, I got no place in this party. I got $1,000 here for you, a chance for you to go fund yourself. You can do this every hour today and most of the day, so listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword GRAND to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's GRAND to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
There's a woman who said that her Tinder date berated her because she referred to herself as a dog mom. Have you seen this one, this video, this one on TikTok? She went on a date, met a guy on Tinder, and they started talking about National Dog Mom Day. And she referred to herself as a dog mom. And this seems to be kind of a divisive thing among people, is if you refer to yourself as a dog mom or a cat mom, or I'm partial to platypus mom, quite frankly. Plat mom, hashtag. Kristen Beatty is the woman who was talking about her date that did not go well because of that one little fact.
I tried to talk to him about National Dog Mom Day, and he went off. Apparently, that is what's wrong with society. He's a serious person. That's childish. And then he said bye. Then he continued the conversation just to tell me that I'm wrong. Parenting to me has more meaning than that of a pet animal. Almost like they were a human. I don't think that way. I think of a pet as a pet. It's not my child. Let me guess. You put clothes on your dog, think of it as your child. Clearly, we won't get along.
This guy really went in on her.
Wow.
For something silly.
Does he have a kid?
Don't know.
Huh.
Well, he doesn't have a second date.
Doesn't have a girlfriend.
I like how he says bye, but then comes back to finish what he wants to say.
Let me tell you more about why you're wrong.
Right, yeah. And she's real cute, too, this girl.
It drives some people nuts. I mean,
the dog mom thing?
I don't think that, because some people truly believe that they are a parent, where they're like, this is just as hard as having a child.
Right. Well, that's patently
bananas.
ridiculous,
Yeah.
right? But I mean, if you're
calling it a dog mom or not, they're still going to be horrible to be around.
Are they?
But like I say,
just means you're single with dogs, right?
Yeah.
I'm a single. I'm a dog dad, but I don't go. There's other people that will refer to it, but I like to think of my dog as something that I own.
But you're an actual dad, though. I think that's why you feel different.
Right, but I also...
You're a dog owner.
I bought my dog, and I don't want my dog to think that we are on equal footing at all. I own my dog.
You're a slave?
No,
I only pick up her poop and get her food and walk her.
Yeah, exactly. Bill's in charge.
Yes.
Bill's in charge. We're all in charge of our pets.
I don't ever say cat mom, but like I also,
You're a cat lady.
I love that cat to death. I love that cat.
But I also know what people mean when they say that. They mean I don't have human children.
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are a small percentage of people who are like, I know. I think I talked about this.
That's
before.
a whole other thing.
When I went into and it's hard for me not to judge, but when I went into grief therapy and everyone was like, it's group therapy and everyone's talking about like, my dad died from COVID and this woman's son was murdered and all these things. And then this lady's like, I lost my dog. We had been together for 18 years. I was like, you better get the hell out of this group because that is not the same thing.
So there's no
mean?
criteria for group grief therapy.
I truly don't know if the people who let her in the group knew it was of a dog.
Because, she probably told them she lost a child.
Or she lost a loved one.
Lost a loved one. Now, a pet can be a loved one.
And that's true. Like I said, I love my cat very much, but there is a price where if she needed to be fixed or a surgery, probably over
$2,000.
$2,000
Yes.
was exactly what I was
There's
going to say.
a cost-benefit analysis.
I'm not going to fix you for
How
that.
much mileage am I going to get out of this thing that I own?
She's already 8 years old.
You've depreciated. You've depreciated from the day I got you.
I have some loved ones that have a price too.
Do they?
Yeah, I mean it's more than $2,000, but
Right.
it's definitely like just getting up there. You know,
Yeah.
Do you
95 years old. I don't know if we need to go all in on this one.
Do you have to do group therapy?
No,
is there an
no,
option
no.
where you can opt out? Because I feel like that would be worse. Like,
No, it's way better. It's way better.
Because there's other people who identify with
You're
it.
in a group of 8 people who know exactly what you're going through.
I don't
and
want
it's-
people knowing my business. Like,
Well, then that's
Well,
not
then
for
you wouldn't go to
then.
group therapy.
Yeah, it's a.
well,
it's
that's why I was asking if it was mandatory. I'm like, I don't want.
No,
Okay.
no, no,
No, they don't.
Just this.
Who mandates therapy?
Yeah, like after someone you love
You
dies,
didn't
they go,
murder someone.
Well,
because
now
it's-
you have to go to group therapy.
Sometimes these therapists have some type of like platform. Like they're like, hey, this is what you do. You start out in grief therapy, and then now you upgrade to group as a part of the process.
It's all up to you. You do whatever you want. I really enjoyed group therapy just because it's a small group of people who are going through the exact same thing, and most of those people are in therapy on their own, like their own separate counseling. So people could really bring in different viewpoints, or hey, this is something that I practice that really helps me, or this is a book that I read, or whatever. I got a lot out of group therapy, but
think
it's not
of
for
how
everybody.
much more you could have got if you had let the lady with the dead dog
She
stick around.
opted out on her own. When there was an audible, when she started sharing, it was because you want to be like, okay, we don't know what you're going through.
She's probably her
To
only
some,
friend.
To some people, that dog might have been all that she had, and I don't know what that type of a relationship is like. But at the same time, it's that I can tell the other group members were not exactly on board. I know I wasn't. I was pissed.
He had her marinating in Italian dressing in the fridge.
In Italian dressing.
Italian dressing.
Did the live-in boyfriend take her dog and marinate it in Italian dressing and then put it in a freezer by any chance?
I don't know. She only came to one session.
One sesh.
Mhm.
And then she goes, you know what? You guys are totally right. It's nothing like a kid because I feel 100% better and I only came here 1 week.
Right.
I'm totally fine.
You guys are a bunch of grief bullies.
Nobody said anything to her. Nobody
didn't
was
have
like
to.
openly like, what the hell are you doing? Nobody said a
You
word.
guys didn't make her feel welcome.
We just let her share and then moved on. You know, where you're just kind of like, okay, glad
Listen,
you got
there's
that
limits
out.
to making someone feel welcome, all right? And it begins and ends with, you are welcome here. Please have a seat.
Right.
Right? I'm not on the hook to make you feel better constantly.
Yeah.
It's not part of it.
Well, and it was just, yeah.
You're there because you already feel awful.
I think those types of people, they got something else going on. When they're like, this is my son, you know, William the dog
well,
or whatever.
William the dog.
Do you form friendships with these people after
Yeah.
you're out of there? Like you will go and have coffee with them
Yeah,
afterwards?
my group meets once a month still, and yeah, we just kind of talk and hang out, and because you share a lot with these people, and so it's like you become maybe not necessarily friends. There's nobody from my group that I talk to every single day or anything
That's
like
what
that.
I mean, yeah.
But it does happen. There are people like I know there's 2 people in my group that connected like from right off the bat who go out, you know, once or twice a week, and they've become friends from it. You know, it's not unheard of.
Stephen Canton wants to know, Bill, since you paid $2,000 for your dog, what's your all-in surgery price?
Oh, that's a good question.
It's how much she cost. So I'll pay
$2,000. Okay.
If your dog needed a $3,000 surgery, you wouldn't do it.
Yeah, I'd probably go $3,000.
5?
Depending how old she is.
Yeah,
Like
if she was young. You didn't get the
she's still
return on
young.
investment yet.
Yeah. So, But once she's over, like, 10 years old.
I was gonna say, after a decade, that's your return. Like, I've got 10 years of pleasure from this dog.
Your
now
ROI.
it's time.
I don't like to say 10 years of pleasure, but...
From this thing that I own.
10 years of pleasure from my dog. I'm a dog dad, by the way.
Dog daddy?
Dog daddy and doodle daddy over here.
It's time to trade it in for a younger model.
Gross.
Ugh.
I want to get the pup while she's still around so she can show him how things are done around here.
Yeah. You got to train the new, you got to groom the new one. Yeah. All right. Well, there you go. Okay. So there's your answer. Steve is in for $2,000.
But probably more.
Right.
Probably more. Just don't do a GoFundMe for your dog.
Provided he hits his dog deductible.
Oh, God.
I'm $500 for you.
Ooh, boy, yeah.
Oh, that's a bargain at twice the price. All right, I've got to take a break. So if you want to get a text in for anything, 35192, and you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan
Poundcake makes a good dog. Mm-hmm. 216-578-1007. If you want to join us live, you can do it there. You can text 35192. Next chance for you to win $1,000 is around 3:30. We're kicking off Go Fund Yourself today, and you have up to about 16 chances every day. So every hour on this show, about 30 past, you can get your grubby little bits on that. Anytime you want to leave us a message on the After Hours line, you can. It is 216-986-8903.
Alan, hey, it's Andy. I've been listening to the podcast from last week, and I've been struggling with the question of, is Poundcake dumb or is he naive? And I've come to the conclusion that he is both dumb and naive, from not being able to spell the word feral to thinking that everybody signs an NDA and that every celebrity walks around with a security detail. And just basically everything he says is some sort of mixture of being dumb and also being naive. I love him as a character on the show.
Shouldn't you have to make a choice?
Well, you can be both.
I don't know. Look at the smile on his face right now, though.
I know you.
Ear to ear.
Being dumb and also being naive. I love him as a character on the show. I think he's a great radio personality. He drives me absolutely insane, but I do appreciate his contributions to the show. Anyway, that's been bothering me for a while. I had to get it off my chest, and so I just did. Love the show. Bye.
All right, well, there you go. There's Andy.
You don't know what you don't know until you know it.
That's right. Poundcake, your thoughts?
I'm dumb and naive. I don't know what you want me to say.
What was the naive part, though? I mean,
don't know.
Everybody goes, "Oh, Poundcake, so whatever." I mean, that's easy, though. But I didn't get what the naive part was.
He's saying that everyone falls into the same mode of making everyone sign NDAs. Everyone walks around with security. I don't think I say everyone does. I'm just saying everyone probably should.
Is there a chance?
In the age that we're in now.
Is there a chance that they're less prevalent than you think they are?
What do you mean?
Non-disclosure agreements.
Probably.
I mean, corporate America, they're huge. But I mean, just, are there that many famous people walking around that require them?
But you wouldn't know because they don't just say, I make everyone sign NDAs, because they're under non-disclosure agreements. So
I feel like...
But I feel like you should, just in the era of everyone getting hacked and most people who are famous now they grew up in the technology era. They probably sent a nude or two. And
but an NDA is not going to stop something from getting hacked or leaked.
No, I'm talking about like if you had an ex-boyfriend or ex-girlfriend that, is sour about you being famous or jealous or whatever. If they want to ruin your career, all they have to do is, send a nude out to someone.
Right, but an NDA is not going to stop that.
They could. You'll be sued. I know who I
right.
send my nudes to.
If you want to take them to court, I'm just saying it's not the be-all, end-all.
It's not.
It's not like somebody goes, well, can't do that. NDAs are broken all the time. All these like White House stories from the former administration. Those are all people that had NDAs.
Because they're very broad.
Well, yeah, but, I don't think that's the way those ladies like to be referred to, Poundcake.
I think that naivety is more like life stuff, right? Like the connotation of being naive is that you just don't have a lot of experience, so you don't really know any different.
Well,
right?
Yeah. Like being like, my car doesn't have cruise control, but what it really was, I didn't look to see if it had cruise control.
See, I feel like the word naive to me...
Are you naive about cruise control?
No, Cody, remember? He talked about that forever. Naivety, that to me
Which has I still never used, by the way.
You never use your cruise control?
You have it, though.
Yeah.
That has like an innocence to it. People who are naive don't necessarily know better, at least in my head.
I think that's why Andy's question was, is he dumb or naive? Because I've told you this. This audience infantilizes Poundcake.
I don't know.
They do.
It's a hard question.
His mother infantilizes him.
Okay, but what I'm saying
and
is
the audience infantilizes him.
Saying something like, is Loch Ness Monster from America, that's not a naive thing to say.
That's ignorance. That's just ignorance.
Right.
He didn't know. He thought the name of the monster was Loch Ness Monster. He thought Monster was its surname. If you looked it up in the phone booth, which used to be a thing, phone book, it would say Monster, Loch Ness.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
But I think like when he was surprised about his electric bill being so high, that's naivety. How do you say that word?
Naivete. I think it's also that he lacks situational awareness. Is it safe to say, Poundcake, that in most situations you don't know what's going on around you?
Just kind of smile and hang out.
No situations.
Is that an unfair assessment?
Well, situations that I'm in, I know what's going on, but most of the situations I talk about on my podcast are situations I've never been in, so I'm assuming this is how it goes. You walk into a room, bam, you sign an NDA, and I have my bodyguards behind me. Come at me, bro. These are situations that I am naive to. So I can only assume, because I have never been in those situations, that this is how I would react and this is how it goes. And because no one tells me anything because of these situations that I talk about, because I'm a snitch.
I see. Well, I won't lie to you. I dipped my toe into the NDA pool over the weekend. Gwen and I went to Porco. I was so happy that Porco was back open there on West 25th, and it's the best. But
I love that place.
We went early because we go, you know what? We'll have a couple of pops. Yeah. It'll be fine. It was packed at 6:30.
It's gonna be
packed
from open to close.
So anyway, and it starts raining, so we're on the patio under an umbrella. It's fine, right? We're having a great time, having some drinks, having some food. And this lovely, lovely black woman comes over, and she goes, I just have to tell you, I love the show. I listen all the time. I go, oh, thank you so much. Could you sign this NDA, please? I had a clipboard there, the whole thing. Well, actually, I took the taco menu and turned it into a makeshift non-disclosure agreement. I said, just because, I'm here, I'm trying to have a drink with my wife. If you could just sign this.
All the bartenders at Porco are...
security.
No, not security. Whether they'll stamp it. What's it called?
They're a notary.
Notary, that's right. Yes.
Stamp it. I was like, what?
A notary public. Yeah.
Well,
Gwen and I get into this half-drunken argument, by the way, about being young, what constitutes young. Because she goes, you are not young. And I go, I'm not saying I am.
Under 40.
I say, I'm not young because I'm 50. Nobody's like, give me that 50-year-old buck, right? Nobody's saying that. So what I'm saying is that it is relative, and there are people a lot younger than me that are completely, tuned out of what's going on. And she goes, well, you're, young for a vampire. Is what she said.
Vampires stay the same age.
Well, it depends on what you get bit, right?
Yeah, but they still...
50's young for a vampire.
Can be around for 100 years,
Yeah, so I'm young for a vampire, according to her.
Yeah.
That's
young.
pretty funny.
I have no interest in being young or referred to as young. To me, that's not a compliment. Oh my God, you look so young.
Well, it's not even like there's a fact. You're either 23... or you're not.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
That's why people are like, oh my God, my life's over. I'm turning 30. That whole thing, right?
My friend, she had a
saw
death for her youth party.
Come on.
She was in a coffin?
That's a different friend.
Oh, okay.
You have two friends doing death for their youth parties?
And a couple of people turning 30.
Wow. But why is that a chick thing? Is it because...
It's not for me.
Because women are so... under so much more scrutiny, is that fair to say?
I think yes.
Guys aren't doing death to my youth party.
No, definitely, because men mature with age and they're silver foxes and things like that.
Ladies just get old.
Women get old, and I mean, you're supposed to look a certain way as a woman forever, and there's creams and these and eyelid stuff, and all these different things you're supposed to apply to your face to look younger. And I don't know, man. I have friends in LA.
Ooh, it feels so good.
That's me when I put on my eye cream. I have friends in LA. I have a girlfriend in LA who's 42 who lost her mind when someone actually revealed her real age because she had been telling everyone she was in her early 30s. And she's like, you don't understand. I won't get work. I won't get this. This is going to blow up my whole spot. Blah, blah. Like, she flipped out.
What does she do?
She's a comedian, but she also does, commercials and stuff. And she's like, if people find out your real age and this, that, and there's so much... So I don't know what
get. I understand that.
LA,
if you're in entertainment, you're in showbiz, I understand that.
30 in Cleveland, I think you're going to be okay.
Well, but she's out there. She's not here.
I know. I'm talking about, Bill's friends who are having death to my 30s or whatever.
Yeah, and it's also just... She wanted an excuse to throw a party and have a theme for it.
No,
so it's not like she's really I'm old now.
She missed a lot of other themes.
Yeah.
She got to that.
It's the one that she wanted to go with.
Yeah.
It was a fun party, so...
If someone revealed someone's age, you can't sue them for that.
Well, it's public knowledge. All you have to do is look it up.
Well, then what?
Sue them.
You really want to sue someone for something, don't you?
I don't have any money.
Desperately want to sue someone for. Right.
No, I always thought that. I thought that was cool when people say, "Oh, I have a family attorney." I'm like, "You do? That's always like rich people stuff to me. I don't.
What did we say before? That means somebody's getting into trouble a lot.
I know.
When they have an attorney on speed dial. Okay. Means they're always doing something they shouldn't be doing. You'll talk to my attorney.
But I'm just saying for this young comedian or whatever, like if it was that easy.
She's not young, 42.
Okay, 42. But if it's so easy to find out, how are bookers not doing that?
Because they don't care. They're just going to take it at face value. And if you look like you're in your early 30s, they're like, fine, you take care of yourself, whatever. I don't know. I'm not going to even attempt to try to understand LA. Jen Kirkman has a great bit that I love where she talks about being told she looks young all the time and how she doesn't take it as a compliment. She's like, don't tell me I look like I'm in my 20s. I don't want to look like I have 4 roommates and crappy towels. Like I've earned my keep. I feel the same way.
But that's a joke that's not about her looks.
No, but she's saying that when you tell someone you look so young, or you seem so young, or I wouldn't have guessed you're 40, she's like, she takes it as an insult where it's like, I've lived my life, I want to be 40.
Right. I understand what she's saying, but that's got nothing to do. If somebody goes, oh, you look young, why would that be she's taking it as an insult because of all the other things that means, not because of her face. She's got a great face. And if somebody goes, oh my God, I thought you were like 25, and she gets mad.
I like the joke. I like the
No,
idea
I'm saying I like the joke, but it has nothing to do with her face, which is what it's supposedly about. She's like, I don't have roommates and I have clean towels. Like, right, that's got nothing to do with how you look, though. That's got to do with being in your 20s.
But they're connected.
Well,
she's like, if you tell me I look 25, these are the things that come with being 25. Don't tell me you thought I was 25.
What about Carolina Campbelltoe? I mean, she's got a $400,000 house in Columbus,
true,
right? She's young.
Man,
it could happen.
She doesn't look 24, though. Oh. She looks a little beat.
Well, she's working
hard.
hard.
Am I treating her more like an adult?
That's fine with me, man.
She's working hard for those 400 G's.
When I was heavily drinking, all the listeners of this show were like, I thought you were 36. I was like, 29, but thank you.
Well, those were extenuating circumstances, too. You were like making yourself look older with that.
Yeah.
And my friend that just turned 30, she's very successful, but it's almost insulting to her when people think she's so young because she's like, well, I've done all these things, and people think that I can't have done these things without being a certain age. I'm like, no, they're just looking at your face and they're like, wow, you look really young.
I would be I could see being insulted if somebody says, you seem so young.
Okay,
that could be insulting. You look young. I don't see any situation in which that's a bad thing.
I think I'm trying to, but she looks very young.
Yeah.
But she's 30 and she's very accomplished in her career. And so she takes offense to people being, oh, you look so young. How you doing all this stuff? And she's like, well, I'm just good at my job.
Yeah. I guess I don't take offense to it, but I've said this on air before where I'm like, I was very much so looking forward to my 30s. I lived my party lifestyle in my 20s. I'm ready to be an adult and get things done in my 30s. And then, I don't know, I feel like every time in your life has a purpose. And the people who get all up in arms, the people who get all freaked out, like, I can't, I'm going to die when I'm 30. It's like, dude,
you're going to be surprised. You're going to be surprised to find that none of this means anything.
Also that.
It's all a waste of time. Right. So let's live it up.
And that's what I think a lot of people put. They think they should have some certain thing, like they should be married by the time they're 30, or they should have other things accomplished by the time they're 30. It's like, don't worry about any of that.
Nothing's
like
real.
Yeah, exactly. Like, who cares? Like, it'll happen when it happens.
Right.
And like, how many people do you know that were divorced by the time they were 30?
Right, because they got married at 24.
That's a lot. Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, people I know that didn't go to college, immediately that means you're going to get married.
Mm-hmm.
Like everyone
From
I know who
small towns or whatever.
Yep, 21 to 23, we're engaged, we're married, and then have kids by 26.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people make that work.
Divorced by 29.
I mean, some people make that work.
There's a comedian, Nimesh Patel, I believe his name is. He's always posting like crowd work stuff on his TikTok, and he was talking to this guy, and he's like, how many kids do you have? He's like, 4 kids. He's like, how old are you? He's like, 23. He's like, right. And this is in a bigger city, so like people are just like, it was a very funny clip, but it's just one of those things like 23 and 4 kids.
Yeah, my mom was 25 and she had 3 kids.
Divorced.
Oh my! See, those are people. That happens too, though. Where it's just like,
he didn't even.
Talk about a death to your youth.
Mm-hmm. Oh man,
that's child support for life.
Alan, my wife thinks she's too old to be an artist and wants to give up on her dreams. She is 31 years old.
No.
Yes, give up on your dreams.
If that's your attitude, then you already gave up.
I would recommend anyone of any age giving up on their dreams.
Clear the room for people who actually want to accomplish it.
But those are the people who don't give up. If you go, I'm giving up, wasn't really a dream. It was a dream. Action is the antithesis of anxiety. And so here's someone, she's thinking of giving up on her dreams. But you know what? If it's really her passion, she won't give up. She'll never give up.
Yeah, so call her a liar. With no passions.
You're a liar!
What was that line? The antithesis of anxiety?
Action is the antithesis of anxiety, I think.
That's a great line.
Is it?
Isn't action? Doesn't action when you do something? That's what it should dissipate your anxiety.
It helps. Yeah. I mean, I agree with that. But I think okay.
By the way, Alan, Dolly is on line one.
Dolly Parton?
Dolly?
No.
She was supposed to call in Tuesday.
For Salvador.
Good afternoon, Alan. How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Today?
What's up?
I am 57 years old and I am retired.
Oh, good for
And
you.
I live in a van down by the river. Right? Was that what you were going to say?
No.
Oh, all right.
Well, when I was working all the time, I had always dyed my hair because I had gone, when I was in my 30s, my hair was getting very gray because I had dark hair, so I dyed it all the time constantly. Well, now I am tired of dyeing my hair, so I decided I was going to accept my gray and let the gray go in because I see all these young girls now dyeing their hair gray.
So true.
And I'm like, why are they dyeing their hair gray at 18, 19 years old? But it looks really nice on them. Well, my gray doesn't look like their gray. Their gray looks good. My gray doesn't look that great, but I'm accepting it. But
yeah, listen, I colored my hair for a long time. I started going gray in college. And I dyed my hair for a long time because I wasn't ready for it.
I wasn't ready for it either, but now I'm accepting it. But when I was working and I was younger, so I was able to retire young because I started working at my job when I was like 22 years old. And my friends would call and say, "Hey, you want to go out? You want to go out?" I'm like, "No, I got to work. I got to be at work." And now that I'm retired and I call them up and I'm like, "Hey, you want to go out?" And they're like, "No, I got to work." And I'm like, well, when I used to call me and get on me because I had to go to work and used to yell at me all the time, well, you're always working. Well, now here I am. I'm retired and I want to go out.
Yeah, you kind of played yourself, playa. But young is when you want to go out. Like I remember in college, I had a friend whose dad told him. Now, granted, they were rich, so the kid was, he would have fallen into a cushion no matter what happened. But he was one of these kids where his dad told him, have a great time now. You got the rest of your life to work. You can be working the rest of your life. So have a great time as long as you can. If you can combine the two, even better.
Did he overdose?
The dad or the kid?
The kid.
No,
but
they're
I'm fun.
Crazy rich. No, they're all millionaires.
So
there was no danger whatsoever that whether this kid partied or didn't, it didn't matter. He was going to go inherit whatever his dad had and blah, blah, blah. Thank you, Dolly. I appreciate the call. I have got to take a break. I'm going to have Atreyu tickets for you coming back. Remember Atreyu? I think they were off the map for a while, and they're coming back there and do a show November 30th at the Agora with a handful of other good bands. So if you want to dig on Atreyu, I'll have those tickets for you coming back. 35192 if you want to text for anything else, and we'll be back.
It's the Alan Cox.
special guest Crown the Empire, Tetrarch, and a couple of other bands. Great lineup. It's going to go down Tuesday, November 30th at the world-famous Agora. You can go to agoracleveland.com if you need further details, tickets, whatever. Treyu and friends, end of November at the Agora. Caller 10. These are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Welcome to the Center for the Potentially Entertaining.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Also, tickets for Gojira all this week. That show happens the 29th of this month, just a couple of Fridays away. I'll be there. They're playing the Agora as well. So, Gojira tickets if you're trying to get your mitts on those. All this week around 420, and then I'll have Bloodview Haunted House passes for you as well. That happens in Broadview Heights. And we're doing a preview screening of a movie called Antlers, which hopefully is very scary. It's been delayed like all these other movies. It's supposed to be out, I think, like last spring. But that'll be out on the 29th. So, Bloodview Haunted House passes, Gojira tickets. We'll get a Treyu all week in there as well. Next chance for you to grab $1,000 is about 9 minutes away, about 30 past every hour. You can go fund yourself. And today's day one. So you have numerous opportunities to take care of this. Get yourself some of that money. Cavaliers won on Friday night. That's their last preseason game. They'll begin the regular season in Memphis on Wednesday night. You'll hear it, of course, here on MMS. And then the home opener at the Romo Fijo on Friday night against the Charlotte Hornets. Don't know who's playing for Charlotte.
You got Ball.
Oh, I thought...
No, you use the ball.
LaMelo Ball.
Didn't one of those guys just get waived from his team?
Well, he got waived from the Summer League team, but then LiAngelo, the middle brother of the Ball brothers, was signed to their G League team, the Swarm. Mm-hmm. So he'll be playing for them, but just on their minor league team, basically.
I see. All right.
But LaMelo Ball.
Did you say G League team, like Ben Affleck and J-Lo?
G League.
Oh, G League. Yeah, that makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, it's a G League team.
G League team never wins.
Mm-hmm. It'll be that Hornets team's an up and coming team. I think they're finally going to be good.
Okay. Well,
they got some exciting young players.
Solid.
And
good.
LaMelo Ball is real fun to watch.
LaMelo.
Yep.
All right.
I'm going to the game on Saturday, and I found out that Poundcake is also going to the game on Saturday.
Really?
Yeah.
With whom?
He doesn't have a date yet. He's looking.
Wait, he's just going by himself?
Well, he's trying to find someone to go with him. I'll be taking Grandma, of course.
Right, but, wait, the four of you are going together.
No.
So he got 2 tickets.
He got 2 tickets.
And now he's trying to find somebody.
Right.
But if he doesn't, he won't go.
I'm going to make him go anyway, because I'm pretty sure he got the tickets from the same person I got my tickets from, someone that used to work here that now works over there. So we got a little plug. But we'll probably be sitting near each other, so even if he can't find anybody, he can come and hang out with me and Grandma.
Speaking of Grandma, as we were leaving Porco on Saturday, who walks up but one young Cody Cooper?
Oh.
And his mom.
Hey.
Who I assume is Grandma's daughter.
You assume correctly.
Right? Mm-hmm. It could be his paternal grandmother. I didn't know. But she looks a lot like Grandma.
Yeah, that's it.
And as we're leaving, I'm like, I get it all now. Figure it all out. This guy comes in all whatever. Yeah. But I hadn't seen him in a while. It's good to see him. I don't think I saw him since Mary's dad's memorial.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
In June.
And that was in the summertime.
June.
June is summertime.
June. Right.
June.
We started Squid Game.
What do you think?
Oh, look at your face.
It's so goddamn slow.
There he is.
It's so slow.
How many episodes in are you?
3.
Yeah, you're still getting all the build-up.
You got 2 games.
Build up to what?
You got 2 games.
The show is about the games.
Yeah, but you have to realize, you have to understand why the characters need the money so badly.
They're making it abundantly clear. They're all broke. I get it.
Yeah,
they're all broke.
Tell
me I'm wrong. It's super slow.
It's not.
Half the people who texted me about this show said it's amazing. The other half said it's super slow. You'll hate it. I'm leaning toward that latter group. I don't hate it. I mean, it's entertaining enough. but it's really slow. You have to admit that.
It's hard for me to believe that you are someone who does not care about backstory.
If it's germane to the story.
It is. You
how?
have to follow why and why this is so, how they got there, why it's so important that they get this money and why their life is worth it. Like, that doesn't matter.
And why it matters if they die.
Right.
Like,
I'm not even saying
all the people affected by them dying.
Not even saying that doesn't matter. But it's slow, man. It's slow. You got to give me that.
I don't think
it is either.
Really?
I didn't think it was slow one bit. I thought it moved really pretty quickly. I mean, you get to that first game in the first episode and you're like, whoa.
And that's like 20 minutes in.
Yeah.
It's 45 minutes in.
No, it is not.
Yes, they finally get to playing red light, green light at the end of the first episode.
No, that is the middle of the first episode because, spoiler alert, in the first episode, the second half is them being back at life. That first game is like 25 minutes into, it's halfway into the first episode. Because the episodes are only yes, I'm 100% positive. Because my boyfriend fell asleep during it and didn't see the first game.
Netflix. Yeah, but everybody told me just skip 45 minutes into the first episode and you won't have missed anything.
Well, that is a lie because it's halfway through the first episode.
All right. Well, anyway, listen. I don't mind. I watch plenty of shows that are slow.
That's why I'm surprised by that.
Well,
by your opinion of it.
I may keep watching it. I don't know that Gwen will. I have a bit more of a pain tolerance for that kind of stuff, but. It's not blowing my skirt up the way everybody said. The people are like, oh, it's amazing. I'm like, we talked about it last week. I have a feeling that this show is amazing to people who don't watch a lot of horror programs.
And that's kind of how I feel.
And you're not watching it for the horror, though.
Especially since the effects are awful. All the blood looks like jelly. I'm like, oh, okay.
Blood kind of looks like jelly sometimes.
I told you this last week. I said, if you're going into this wanting horror porn, that's not what it is.
Well, no, but I didn't go into it with that. I knew. You told me and other people told me. They're like, no, it's not a Saw. I understood that. But...
my sister is someone who cannot tolerate super heavy shows. And I was like, you actually might be able to handle this one. I said, it's got a little bit of blood. It's nothing crazy. But it's more about, I think, character development. And I don't know. I think it's really good.
I thought it was good too.
If I wanted character development, Mary, I'd watch This Is Us. Thank you very much.
Oh, sorry. I didn't realize how much blood's in that movie.
Not enough. Not enough. It's exploding hot pots, but not enough.
I'm on to the number one show on Netflix now because
Squid Game got dethroned.
Got dethroned is the number one show.
What's the new one?
You, season 3.
Oh, God, yeah. You.
He's in love with a computer or something?
No, this is the one where
What's that one?
he keeps getting...
with Joaquin Phoenix and Scarlett Johansson.
The best version of that is where they make Bill Burr the computer.
Yeah. Bill Burr on the show tomorrow, by the way.
Oh, yeah.
We'll talk to him on the phone. Yeah.
But You is the one where it's a guy that he obsesses and stalks women and then usually ends up killing them. And stuff like that. So it's a dumb show, and some people treat it
a stalker show, right?
Yeah, and they're like, "Oh my god, this show's so good." I'm like, it is a fun show because it's so ridiculous, but it's not really I don't think of it as this great show, but I just get sucked into it every time.
I think that guy's hot.
Well, that's the thing. Is all the girls are posting they're like, I know that I had bad type in men because I date Joe from You. Yeah, because he's Penn Badgley. If he was a regular guy, you'd be like, oh, I don't like this guy at all.
People don't complain about stalkers if they're hot. Well, I guess I can't say that.
Yeah, they do.
Yeah, they do. If you're really being stalked.
There's a hot stalker.
I don't
Just because someo's hot doesn't mean you want them creeping outside your house. You'd like them to be hot and be normal.
He kind of looks like John Mayer.
Not hot and psychotic.
I'm into that.
And again, my take is solely that there is so much programming. There's literally no reason to stay with a show that's too slow or you don't like it or whatever. Just you bail out. You bail. Because you're like, why am I going to sit through 8 episodes of this?
How unfulfilling.
How so?
Because
there's a billion shows. You find one that's good.
I understand.
And watch all of that.
Well, if you want to just skip to the end of Squid Games, just watch the SNL sketch that they did.
That was good.
It was very funny.
Yeah.
But it is spoiler heavy. Yeah. But they do a country song version of Squid Game with Pete Davidson and Rami Malek.
Well, here's the other problem, too, is that somehow, and I'm not quite sure how it happened, I guess just living life, I found out how it ends. So that's not that big of a deal. A spoiler won't draw me away from something. If I know how something ends, I'll still watch it. And I will probably watch all of Squid Game. I'm just saying, unequivocally, for me, it is slow.
Okay.
But again, I think it's because you are so into horror stuff. But then again, like movies like Midsommar are so slow.
Never got around to Midsommar.
Okay, or like the
No, I get
what's
it.
the other one
You're
that-
right.
same
Hereditary.
guy? Hereditary.
Yeah.
Also super slow.
And crazy overrated.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I don't need something to be going a mile a minute. I'm just saying that, like, first of all, the dubbing, I mean, that takes a little bit to get around too. Because I tried doing
you didn't do the subtitles?
No, because Gwen doesn't want to read when we're watching a movie.
And the
did
subtitles are
subtitles.
just as bad.
Yeah.
Like it's not any better.
The voice acting's awful in this.
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, and I have a theory about that, and I think that is because with there's not as many Korean shows that get dubbed into English. So they're still trying to figure that out. If
There's
it's
a lot
Japanese
lost in
show-
translation.
If it's a Japanese show, there's been so much anime for so long that they kind of have that figured out, where they can translate that stuff, and it still can lose something in translation, but I think they've gotten way better at it over the time versus Korean. It's still not as common. So there's not as much nuance to it.
I mean, a huge win for Netflix to have this Korean show that is the biggest show they've ever had.
Mhm.
You know, I mean, obviously
that's the biggest show they've
well,
ever
I mean,
had.
you
It's
know,
worldwide. I mean,
yeah,
it's
worldwide,
blowing up
and
everywhere.
they're really trying to blow up into these. It was easy for a long time, if you lived in this country, to forget that Netflix is a global streamer. But more and more, you know, because they would tailor it to whatever region of the world people are living in. But obviously, it's become very apparent that they're really trying to kind of globalize the programming, and so you get something like Squid Game.
I played myself.
I don't even know if Squid Game is as popular in Korea as it is here.
It's a crazy popular in Korea.
Is it?
They probably know those actors. That's why.
Yeah, they're all
Like
stars.
we don't. Yeah, we don't know.
Oh,
who
are
those-
they?
there's- That might be their Brad Pitt. I don't know.
I mean, I don't know if they're that, but like they're well known for sure now.
Yeah.
But there's like a lot of stories about how some of the actors were like down to their last dollar. Then they got cast in Squid Game, and it
good for
turned
them.
their life around. So,
Well, we
there's a
were
lot of
watching
those
the
It's
first.
almost like it's a real life Squid Game for those actors.
But the first couple episodes, I'm saying to Gwen, I go, God, that main guy reminds me. Who does he remind me of? And then I go, Steve Byrne, and she goes, "Cause he's Asian."
Yeah,
I go,
he doesn't
no,
look like Steve Byrne at all.
But his face, the main guy, I think he does. I think his face, like the structure of his face, something
Steve
about
Byrne
him reminds
is
me.
Korean too.
No,
so,
that's what
yeah.
I'm saying, but
Yeah.
that's not why it was. You know, I was like, there was something about him
That
that
face.
reminded me of him.
I think it was Mark Norman that tweeted out. He's like, not a lot of diversity in the Squid Game.
Yeah, I don't know.
I play myself every time there's like a new season of something that I watch, like the show Elite, and then what was the other show? The English show, or the Royal, or The Crown. Every time those have like new episodes and they come out, I watch the entire like season in like 2 days, and then I'm pissed. I'm like, well, when's the next season gonna come out? And they'd be like,
a year and a half.
2023. I'm like, damn, man.
I did that with Dead to Me. When Dead to Me season 2 came out, I told
binged
myself, I was like, do not watch this in one night like you know you're going to. Just dole it out.
And you
have
did.
It. And I did. And I watched, and then I was so mad because season
You have
3
to
still hasn't
wait.
come out yet.
Yeah, and like the one I'm savoring the flavor for is the Outer Banks. What? I've only watched a few episodes and I'm taking my time.
That's
because
fine.
once it's
Good
gone,
for
it's
you.
gone.
Treat yourself.
I know.
Well, let me give away
Go
this
ahead.
money here. I have $1,000 to give to you. You have a chance every single hour to go fund yourself, so listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword GREEN to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's GREEN to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Late to the game, very late to the game. I was over at my sister's house maybe a month or two ago, and her and my mom, I walked in, and like, it's like before work, so it's like 10 or 11 in the morning. It's pitch black in the house. I walk in, they're like, shh, quiet. And I'm like, what are you guys watching? They're like, we just started Chernobyl. And I was like,
Oh,
okay.
that's good.
Well, so I walked in, and it was the first episode, so I sat down and I watched it with him. And then I told my boyfriend about it. I was like, hey, I know this came out a little bit ago, but I was like, I think I really want to start watching this. I watched the first episode. It's
And
really
I think it's
good.
only like 5 episodes.
Yeah, it's not many.
Miniseries.
And he was like, oh, okay, yeah, for sure. That sounds like something I'd be into. And then, like, a couple days went by. I went out of town that weekend. And then I saw him, like, the following Sunday night. And I was like, are you ready to start Chernobyl? And he was like, oh. He's like, I finished it.
He cheated on you on
I
HBO
watched
Max.
all of it. And I
Yeah.
was like, dude, I was telling you about it so we could watch it together. And he was like, yeah, no, I definitely finished that.
I binged all that. I'm sorry.
It's like you found out about it 4 days ago. Like,
Well,
what
and
are
that
you
show is
doing?
more. That show, at least to me, was more interesting if you're old enough to remember Chernobyl.
Right.
But even if you did, there were a whole lot of things, obviously, that nobody was privy to. I thought it was really, really well done.
Yeah, I only saw that like first episode, and I was like, oh, for sure. And I haven't gotten around to watching the rest of it. But
Would I get trolled if I wanted to go on like a trip there? Like, do people
you
still
can't
do that?
go there.
Yes,
yeah,
you
I think you can. They
Can you?
reopened Chernobyl. Yeah,
You got to wear like masks and stuff, and you can only stay there for a certain amount of time before you have like access to radiation. But that's
because the half-life's 4 million years.
How? Wait a minute. When did that happen? When
Not
did they
long
start
ago.
letting people go there?
Not long ago.
probably
Last year.
That's why
probably.
they started the series. They're like, ooh, we're going to reopen Chernobyl, so let's do a fun series to help promote it.
Yeah, this is good marketing.
Well, that's the thing. Like, people would go there, and people were like, "I can't believe it. That's so like inconsiderate," or like,
I wouldn't. You kidding me? Just for your own safety. You don't know. What do you know about radioactive chemicals?
Listen, I have been in some very.
No, you never.
Wait
been
a
in
second.
Chernobyl
Finish that
situation.
sentence.
Yeah.
You finish that sentence. You've been in some very what?
Dangerous.
You've been in some nuclear fallout?
Probably.
Did you watch that series?
I watched.
People's skin peeling off. You didn't. You've never been in a situation like that.
I have psoriasis. Let me live, okay?
I guess that's true.
He wants a glimpse of his subdermal apocalypse.
I just find it would be interesting. That's like a vacation that's like so unorthodox. You're like, where are you going?
Vacation. Nice relaxing trip to Chernobyl.
People take hikes all the time.
Hey,
What are
it's
you talking
$99
about?
from Kiev. You can get there fast. So you want to go, Poundcake?
I would like to take a day trip there. I don't want to.
A day trip from where? Kiev?
From
A
the United
day
States.
trip.
He's gonna stop at Loch Ness on the way.
Yep.
All right.
How much is a train ticket from Loch Ness to Chernobyl? Yeah, the Chernobyl exclusion zone is open as of last spring.
Yeah, no thanks.
Yeah. Now I'm with you.
I'm not going there.
What do I want to go to a radioactive meltdown site?
Where everything is left and sad and nothing's been touched in years.
Yeah.
There's some
No
people that
way.
still live there.
No, there are not.
No, everybody. I
They're
mean,
not allowed.
No.
Well, you think some hills have eyes creatures are crawling out of huts?
I don't know why. I feel like I read something that there was a guy that they were not going to push him out of that. Yeah, they weren't going to push him out, and they're like, I've been here since so and so.
Oh, there were people at the time who said, I'm not leaving, but those people died. They said, this is all I've got. Where am I going to go? And so, yeah, there were some old people who did stay in Chernobyl, but they died.
Nobody is still alive that was there during that time, that lived there. There's no way.
No, it was 1986.
That's what I'm saying.
So
I
long,
mean,
if you were
even
old in 1986 and then you got bombarded with radiation, it didn't last much longer.
Even if they weren't old, even if they were
missed
20
grunge.
in 1986.
Yeah, maybe.
40 years later, there's no 60-year-olds living in Chernobyl, is what I'm saying.
I finally made it to 100 living in Chernobyl. I can't believe.
It seems odd that it just opened last year. I feel like they opened it up years ago, like just for like backpack trips.
Backpack trips,
Cody,
yeah.
this is not a tourist destination.
Bring your
it is, though.
It is now, but for crazy people, bring your Geiger counter.
Oh my goodness. Don't go there. Please don't go there.
Please go there. Please.
He's got a GoPro.
Let's broadcast live from there.
What's us?
All I
Let's
need is
us broadcast
all I need is my
Just do your,
headphones. You know,
your podcast from there. That's go lay down in Chernobyl and do your podcast.
I'll come back and all our phones work properly, like everything.
Everything around us just starts setting things off. He's like Magneto.
Yeah.
Like no internet. Like wait, let me touch it. Bing. Okay, we got internet.
Yeah, there's a Russian company that that makes schnapps called Chernobyl. And I'm like, that must be fun for people who like lived in Chernobyl.
Right. Well,
part of their life.
Irish car bombs. People get upset about that. Actual people from Ireland when they're like, dude, that'd be like if we named a drink the 9/11 and you guys would just, and we're like, ha ha ha, hilarious,
Yes.
let's do them.
That's
know?
right.
Like,
I had an Irish bartender tell me that to my face, and I go, "You're right. I never thought of it. Sorry."
because it didn't happen to us.
What do they call them?
Huh?
What do they call it?
I don't think that they drink that over there.
Irish car bombs? Yeah, I don't know what they call them. Ukraine is very big country. Luckily, we can spare this land to use as buffer. Belarus, not so lucky, says one guy. The highly contaminated part of the zone and the rest of Ukraine. But they are trying to make it. It's been devoid of human life for decades. So it's basically a huge nature preserve.
But Cody
So
read
the people
somewhere,
who want to go and see it are kind of like apocalypse tourists.
Oh, like we have with Youngstown.
Yes. That's right. I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in for anything, 35192. You can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. How to solve your money problems. Get in a squid game. Or go fund yourself.
I just want $1,000.
There's up to 16 chances a day every weekday to go fund yourself and win $1,000 on 100.7 WMMS.
Your afternoon drive is fueled by GanleyAuto.com, Ohio's largest automotive retailer.
Millions of women trying to get pregnant turn to dietary supplements. But do they really work?
It's not just the money here. It's preying on people's hopes.
Cracking down on claims of fertility. Tonight at 11 on 19 News. 19 investigates, working for you by asking the tough questions.
No comment.
Gathering facts.
Have a look for yourself. I'll flip my phone camera on.
And getting answers.
Do you think he did it?
19 investigates, only on 19 News.
Jeff Kimsbach here with the best, Rich Claiborne of the Claiborne Auto Stores. Rich, how's the selection?
New Fords are arriving daily, and you don't pay more at Claiborne. Stop in or go to Claiborne.com. Select your new Ford, click Shop Now, and build your own deal. It's simple, like bringing our showroom to you.
Rich, why Claiborne?
Selection, price, and putting our customers first for 48 years. Check out our reviews and see why customers choose Claiborne for sales and service.
Experience the difference at the Claiborne Auto Stores, Route 59 in Kent.
I usually start my day with a Vicks Vapo Shower. Surrounding myself with soothing Vicks Vapors prepares me for a busy day. After all that, I fill the tub and slip into a soothing Vicks Vapo bath to unwind. The start and the end of my day? Perfect. The middle part needs work.
Look for Vicks Vapo Bath and Vicks Vapo Shower in a store near you.
Hey, it's Alan for Window Nation. You know, a lot of things change this time of year. Leaves change, temperatures change, your clothing changes. I get to pull out all my cool jackets. But the one thing that stays consistent year-round is the quality, windows, installation, and customer service from Window Nation. And they always have an amazing offer, too. Right now is no different. You can buy 2 windows, and they will give you 2 for free, and you'll pay nothing at all in your order for 2 full years. The windows are fantastic. Their installers are first-class experts. It's all they do to improve your home, to advance the look and the feel of where you live. Every customer is fully engaged in the entire process. I've had windows in at Casa Cox, and from start to finish, you're treated like you're in the inner circle. So the Fall is Calling sale is underway. You can get 2 free windows with every 2 that you buy, plus no down payment, no monthly, no interest for 2 years. 866-90-NATION, a call. Make sure that you give them my name or go to windownation.com. Buy 2 windows, get 2 free, and make no payments for 24 months. 866-90-NATION. Say Alan Cox told me about it, or go to windownation.com.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along, which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/radio. That's ZipRecruiter.com/radio. ZipRecruiter.com/radio.
Hey, it's Charlie here for Classic Chevrolet in Menor. The only thing better than getting a new truck is getting a great deal on a new truck. Right now, you can get a 2021 Chevy Silverado Double Cab LT for only $379 a month for 36 months. Save big on a retired courtesy truck with low miles. All you gotta do is contact Jeremy Hamilton at Classic Chevy on the Auto Campus in Menor today for this amazing lease offer. It won't last long, though. Shop online at driveclassicchevy.com. Chevrolet, find new roads. $1,999 due at signing, 10,000 miles per year with approved credit, tax title, and doc fees extra. Offer expires October 31st, 2021.
Halloween is back at Dunkin' with festive eats and delightful treats to keep you celebrating all month long. So come trick or treat yourself to a peanut butter cup macchiato, layered with rich chocolate and creamy peanut butter flavor, and bone-chilling bold espresso. And sink your fangs into a terrifying, tasty spider donut that's good, scary good. Come experience the fun of Halloween again at Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer.
Did you call her a racial slur?
It is not wrong to say something that is true.
At what point are you okay to hit a woman?
You don't pop a woman until she pops you.
New Dr. Phil. Dr. Phil, today at 4 on 3. Go wakes you up and gets you excited about your day, even more than news, traffic, and weather. Go brings you the people, places, and power to help you live your best life. Watch Go, weekday mornings from 4:30 to 7 on Channel 3.
Shop NTB's Big October. Going on now, save up to $100 after mail-in rebate when you buy 4 select tires with paid installation, including the Continental Sure Contact LX. Visit ntb.com today to schedule an appointment and save up to $100. Save big at NTB during Big October, now through October 31st. Eligibility may vary. Charge for tire disposal and TPMS service where required. Shop fee of up to 10% based on regular retail price not to exceed $35. Terms and conditions apply. See store for details.
You are even better than I imagined. Can I just run a finger over this fantastic body?
Hey, lady, back off.
You speaking to me?
Darn right I'm speaking to you, because what you were touching there is all mine, so just step away.
No way, girl. I found this baby online. It's exactly what I need, and we're going home together.
Huh, in your dreams. I'm ready to trade it right now.
Ladies, no need to fight. There's plenty to go around. Uncle Nate here, and Kia of Streetsboro, we've got over 500 new and used vehicles in stock, so everyone can find their perfect match. Want to trade in? No problem. You can find out what we'll give you for your current ride in about 10 seconds at KiaofStreetsboro.com. Find the one that's right for you at Kia of Streetsboro. Check us out in person right in the heart of Streetsboro or online at KiaofStreetsboro.com. And don't forget, tell them Uncle Nate sent you.
KiaofStreetsboro.com. See dealer for details.
With Audible, listen to the best of what moves you. Whether you love stories, comedy, or motivation, or just want an escape, Audible has you covered. Hear your favorite celebrities, acclaimed writers, and exciting new voices, all in one app. Get inspired with best-selling audiobooks, exclusive originals, and popular podcasts everyone is talking about. With so many included titles to choose from, there's always something great to listen to with Audible. Sign up for your free 30-day trial today at audible.com.
The Buzzard. The home of the Buzzard. The Buzzard. This is 100.7 WMMS.
Cleveland. Hello. We're glad you're here. If you need assistance or just have a question, our associates will be glad to help you anytime.
Call the Alan Cox Show. 216-578-1007 or 1-800-348-1007.
Alan, I think Poundcake's thinking of that movie, The Chernobyl Diaries, which is a fake documentary about backpackers going to Chernobyl and getting attacked by creatures.
No.
Is that what you're thinking about?
No, because in the movie, they say they're not supposed to be there. It's like a undercover trip. But no, I thought they opened it up years ago for that type of tourism. Because there's always going to be... The dangerous part is the alluring part. They're like, ooh, we're not supposed to be here. So
I get being attracted to danger, but not when it involves radiation.
Something you can't see killing you.
Although I'm being told that these days it's not that much. So again, what? I don't, that's certainly, there's nothing there that's going to be so compelling that I would want to take that chance.
It's something that you just want. And how quickly does it hit you? It's not like you step in the vicinity of it and then, boom, you got radiation.
Is that a risk you're willing to take? That 10 years from now, your organs might just shut down because you spent a weekend in Chernobyl?
I'm not spending a weekend there. I'm talking about literally...
Day trip, yeah.
Pop
in and out.
Day trip to Ukraine.
I'm saying walking... I'm saying if I'm in Ukraine and, they're like, hey, we're doing Chernobyl tours, maybe I don't even have to get out. Maybe they have a bus and then they can...
Like a radiation safari.
Armored bus.
Really, yeah. Everyone has their little COVID mask on.
Which, by the way, in the break, Cody goes, he was talking about going, he's like, people called and said that people live there. And he's like going on and on. And I was like, Cody, you're not going there. And then he goes, bitch, pitch hop into a bathhouse. I was like, yeah, because those are the same thing.
To him, they are. I don't know how to him they are, but yes, to him they are. Going to a bathhouse.
Going to Chernobyl.
Being injected with something completely different.
Is there
to
such thing
him
as
is the same as Chernobyl.
Gadiation?
Yeah, right.
I definitely have that.
He's brimming with it. That's where he gets his youthful glow. You should go to Centralia, Pennsylvania. That's where they have that giant hole in the ground, the coal fires from 60, 70 years ago.
That's
been burning the whole time.
stuff.
There's like 6 people living in the town still. Go out there. It's like a 5-hour trip, Poundcake.
Yeah, I
you
heard
don't
about
have
that.
to take a plane to the Ukraine.
Yeah, because they
drive
say,
to PA.
Like the road is like still like smoking.
Alan, please let Poundcake talk more about his thoughts on radiation. I love it. Would you like to discuss some more thoughts about radiation?
No, that was all. I just wanted to see the little, like 20 minutes, 20-minute day trip. Pat, pat, pat.
Pat, pat. I like that it's basically contingent on, say I happen to be in the Ukraine.
Yeah, if I just happen to be a world traveler and I'm like, listen, I'm in Ukraine. I want to make a stop at Chernobyl. Yeah.
You would absolutely be the only one of us that would come back with Chernobyl anecdotes.
Pit, pat,
You got
pit,
that
pat,
going
pit,
for
pat.
you.
And
Pop, pop, pop.
I would like to reiterate, again, this is someone who orders Uber Eats 4 days a week because he doesn't want to leave his house.
Because there's no radiation to hang out with, Mary.
He's going to take a day trip to
He might. See, this is all contingent on getting him. We can't give him a hard time for the Uber Eats. We have to get him out of his bubble. That's the whole point of all of this, getting him out of his bubble. He's going to Isla Mujeres. La Isla Bonita, I believe is what the locals call it. And he'll be broadening his horizons.
Did you find a date for the Cavs game yet?
Yeah, Bill said you were going to the Cavs game on Saturday.
I am, yeah. No, I have not found a date, but I got some qualifiers, so we'll see.
How will you determine? What's the criteria?
Who's available?
Availability, yeah.
Oh, so it's a real stringent, yeah, okay.
I think about who's done me favors in the last 3 months, and I'm just like, all right, you could go with me to the Cavs.
Done you favors.
Are you trying to do,
and likes basketball.
Are you trying to do like a romantic thing, or are you just trying to find someone to go with?
Just someone to go with. Yeah. The romantic thing.
What about your brother?
He hasn't done me favors in the last 3 months.
And he farted in his car.
Yeah.
Years ago.
He's still nursing a grudge from the car fart.
He will have to drive and park because I provided the tickets.
That seems fair.
Well, yeah, why don't you take him? That would be a good time. He'd probably really dig that. Get him out of the house.
I'll see if he's available, but I'll see if other people are available as well. And then
do you have a front runner?
I have a friend, yeah.
Who's available and likes basketball?
Yeah. I mean, I don't necessarily love basketball. I like the environment.
Is part of this equation you want to take somebody who will then owe you a favor?
Yes, of course. Listen, I
know he's very transactional.
Everything's transactional
in his relationships.
Yeah.
I got a plug, just hook me up with some tickets. What? You got tickets to a Cavs game? Yeah, I just stumbled upon these. Why,
in 2021.
Yeah. They haven't had a non-LeBron winning season in, Christ, how long? Late 90s? 97?
Let's see.
I mean, we can go if you want to. You don't have to go. Yeah, I'll go. I'll totally go. All right, well, I'm going to see if my other friend wants to go because he's a big basketball fan, and I'll let you know.
Wait, you're going to tell them and then pull it out from under them right away? You're going to go, let me see if a BBD shows up, and then we'll...
Well, they don't really love basketball. They just, they just want to go with me, and I'm going to see who else really is a big fan of basketball because I want them to enjoy the experience.
Do you know who they're playing?
No. Who they're Charlotte Hornets?
No,
that's Friday.
Yeah. That's Friday. Saturday they're playing
the Colorado Rockies?
That's
a baseball team.
That's a baseball team.
They are absolutely not playing the Colorado Rockies.
The team is from Atlanta. Do you know what team is that plays basketball is from Atlanta?
Okay, there's the Atlanta Falcons, the Atlanta
That's football.
Braves.
That's baseball. It is a bird.
The Atlanta Hawks.
Hey, good job.
I had to weed out my birds. I was like, I know it's not a robin.
Yes, the Atlanta Robins.
The
Atlanta Woodpeckers.
It's actually not a bird. It's the Batman sidekick, the Atlanta Robins.
Yes, and he goes both ways as well. All right, yeah, so it'll be Cavs, Hawks. You'll be there with Bill and Grandma and whoever makes the cut.
I'll see if my brother wants to go. Maybe he was not.
Why do you say it like that? I'm sure he'd
goes.
love to go.
We'll see.
A little bit of bonding time with you and the bro.
Yeah, it's fine.
Hawks are a good team, too. They got some real good talent. And there's one guy that I'm excited for you to react to his hair because it's just atrocious.
I wish we were playing the Miami Heat because there's this one guy on there.
Who, Trae Young? Whose hair?
Yeah, Trae Young's hair.
Okay.
It's just looks like a lollipop that was in a barber shop.
Yeah. Say what, Cody?
There was some super hot guy on the Miami Heat that I would love to watch play. I forget his name, though. So it's irrelevant.
Tyler Hero?
Yeah.
Tyler Hero.
He is something.
They got a lot of good. They got Jimmy Butler now, don't they, the Heat?
Yeah, he's been there 2 or 3 seasons.
Oh, has he?
This is his 3rd season, I think.
All right.
Because they made it to the finals with him his first year there.
All right, well, there you go. Well, then you got plans for Saturday. It's exciting. At the Romo Fijo, right? It'll be electric. Maybe not, won't be radiation, but the environment will be electric. It's the very beginning of the season, so at least for a week, everybody's like, yeah.
Hey, maybe.
Oh, yeah, up and excited.
Yeah, I'll call my brother. I'll see what he wants to do. Let me see.
Now, will you call him the N-word when you call him and ask him if he wants to go to the Cavs game? Is that how you'll address him? Seems to be based on your
address me.
I was going to say, isn't that how you guys address each other?
It slipped out one time.
Calls you the F word, you call him the N word?
No, he doesn't call me the F word. He says don't be an F word, but he doesn't call me the F word. N word is
he just says don't be an F word.
Better.
Yeah, right.
Different.
Mm-hmm.
The N word is just like... He can't help it, so I don't blame him. It's a part of his vocabulary.
I understand. I was just asking if that's how he would answer you.
Yes, he would, and that's why I stopped. I stopped a long time ago putting him on speakerphone in this building because it would be completely inappropriate. One time back in the Erica days, she was in here, and we were talking, and he called me, and I'm like, "Oh, hold on, my brother's calling me," and didn't have him on speakerphone. He just talks loud. Could you imagine? Because he's my brother, and he's like, "N-word this." And Erica was just like. She clutched her pearls. I'm like, listen, this is a black household. This is how we talk. She's like, I never.
I bet your mom doesn't talk that way.
No, she doesn't. And she gets mad when we talk that way, but it's too late now. Just like I don't understand words, he doesn't understand not to use the N-word.
Speaking of Atlanta, a guy put in an order as having a Waffle House. It's always up to no good at the Waffle House, boy. And waitress at the waitress pulled a gun on a guy because he complained about his cheesy eggs. He just wanted the right cheesy eggs, and they gave him the wrong ones.
They said, over easy now. Bang, bang.
The guy's name was Candy Franklin. A great name. Candy Franklin was the guy, and he just wanted his cheesy eggs to be done right. And he said the waitress was strapped, and she ended up drawing on him.
They got my cheese eggs wrong. It all was just a normal dispute over food. I would never in a million years think that it'll come to gun violence. Like I said, I'm looking down at my food, trying to make sure it's right. And I see people just running, So that's when I look up, and she had the gun at me like this. Then I was like, you tripping, you ain't finna do nothing. And she caught it back. So I'm like, well, maybe she is finna do something. She was like, she'll blow my brains out. I was fearing for my life, because like I said, I had been shot before, and I just lost a brother to gun violence.
Oh, Jesus, I've been shot before. So why did he say never in a million years would I thought it would come to gun violence?
Because it's just eggs.
Huh?
Because it's just cheese eggs.
Yeah, it doesn't take that much. As I understand it, it doesn't take much for things to come to gun violence anymore. I saw Ohio wants to make it even easier to open carry in that the Ohio Republicans in the legislature, they don't even want there to be a training period. Like as it is now, you got to be trained on how to imagine this. You got to be trained on how to use a gun. They want to do away with that. You don't need to know what to do. You don't need training. You don't need a permit to open carry. Nothing. Just
there's
the Wild
no open
West.
Carry in Ohio. There's concealed carry.
No, there's concealed. Open carry.
There's open carry in Ohio, isn't there?
Carry.
Since when?
Since
probably recently.
Every time there's some sort of incident, there's always a guy walking around with a big rifle going, "Oh, it's my right." Because there was a guy doing it in Akron. Yes.
Well, let me get it right. They want to waive gun training and permit requirements for concealed carry, is what this says.
Okay, yeah, so that's different.
Open carry is like Texas, where you can just wear it on your hip.
Yeah.
Concealed carry, it cannot be seen. That's.
But concealed carry is the one that you had to get a permit for. Open carry, I'm pretty sure, is legal in Ohio.
Well, either way,
I
don't care about any of that.
In Ohio,
but at least, why get rid of gun training?
I don't know. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Concealed, open, whatever. Whatever. If you think it's super scary going to Walmart, whatever. I don't understand waving gun training. I don't understand that at all.
In Ohio, any individual who legally owns a firearm can openly carry in the state, with or without a concealed handgun license.
Yeah, open carries. All the gun people are telling me. It's been legal in Ohio for a long, long time.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
I didn't know that.
A well-armed society is a polite society. Yeah, we've certainly seen that borne out, haven't we? Super polite.
You guys...
Super. Just the way everybody thought in the early days of the internet. This is going to democratize everything. The internet, see, people are going to be less likely to give other people a hard time because they're going to be polite on the internet. That all worked out great.
On the Best of on Friday, there was a segment about Erica getting a gun, and I've wanted a gun for a while. My ex actually bought me one, but he kept it when we broke up. So I had a gun for a few months, but you guys aren't gun people.
He kept the gun.
Yeah, he bought it for me for my birthday and then kept it when we broke up a month later.
I don't own a gun, but I'll shoot guns. I understand. I think
same.
people
I'm not
should
an amosexual, but
guns if they want them, but I like the idea of people knowing how to use them responsibly.
Mm-hmm.
So
just like anything else.
Right. Well, because I posted on Twitter when I was listening to that, I was like, I'm going to get a gun and it's going to be pink or purple. I don't care. I want a cute gun. And some guy was like, I thought you were one of those crazy liberals who against the Second Amendment. And I was like, liberals can be pro-guns. You just want it to be a little harder
I don't know
to
why
get
people
them.
think liberals aren't armed.
A lot of my liberal friends have
This
guns.
is a fundamental flaw in you right-wing nut jobs. A lot of liberals have guns.
I wish people understood what the Second Amendment really was, too. Where
Yes,
it's like
a well-regulated militia. Who do you think regulates the militia? The government, you dummy.
It's I actually had that idea years ago when I had a bit about make every gun pink, and that way every guy's got to have a gun. You can have a gun. Go get the gun, but it's pink.
Yeah,
it's a pink gun.
But that's gay.
That would not stop a single person from owning a gun.
They'll call it.
You can have a gun, but it's pink. They take it home, paint it black.
Now you can't paint it black. That becomes illegal.
Well,
you have to keep the pink gun.
Then they would have a pink gun.
And then, there was the guy on Tiger King, one of the guys that was married to the mullet guy, Joe.
Joe Tiger.
Joe
Exotic.
Joe King.
Yeah. He had a pink AR-15.
I love that.
Yeah, it was all it was pink camo.
Could you see some real right wing don't tread on me guy at home just listening to the radio I have a pink gun and I want to paint it black.
And what's the point of pink camouflage?
We can't see it anyway.
Just cute. It's
Yeah.
just cute.
It looks like it's covered in Pepto.
It just made me laugh when that guy was like, I thought you were super. I was like, yeah.
There are plenty of liberals with the guns.
Almost as if there's a middle ground.
Oh my goodness.
Could there be
No,
a middle ground?
When it comes to guns, I just want people to be responsible.
Yeah,
with them.
just know what you're doing.
Just know what you're doing. Be responsible. I don't mind a waiting period. I don't mind some oversight on them because they are incredibly dangerous. And there's a lot of people that we've talked about this so many times on the show where someone's like, yeah, I got a gun and someone stole it. And that was that.
Yeah.
So, because I think people should be more responsible with them. And I think there's a lot of loopholes that they should close. And I think it should just be something that is well regulated, like in the Second Amendment.
Whoa, careful there, Annie Oakley.
I don't have to be careful. I got a gun.
Well, you'll probably want the accessory kit, holster.
Oh, yeah.
Bandolier.
Baby.
Silencer.
Mm-hmm.
Loudener. Speed cocker.
Ooh, I like the sound of that.
And this is for shooting down police helicopters.
Oh, I don't need anything like that. Yet. Just give me my gun.
Sorry, the law requires a 5-day waiting period. We've got to run a background check.
5 days? But I'm mad now.
The Loudener. The silencer. The Loudener.
That's what I was...
That's the best montage that comes up after that, where it's just all the things like ducks go in front of them, and then a Target truck, and then Selma and Patty.
I after I was thinking about that, because I was driving to Ann Arbor when I was listening to the best of, and I was like, I think that when I finally do buy my house, that'll be my housewarming gift to myself. I'll buy myself a gun. Yeah.
I think women especially should have.
You should
have a firearm.
Some sort of. I mean, pepper spray is good.
Like a firearm and training on how to use it.
Mhm.
And concealed carry, I think most women should have that because
They have like bra holsters and stuff that
Yeah.
you can like carry it under your boobs. You just reach up your shirt and the guy's like, oh yeah. And then you're like, pow pow, MFer.
Pow pow, MFer. Alan, my wife has a Tiffany blue and stainless steel Glock.
I love that.
There you go.
I love
All
that
right.
so much.
Yeah.
I was
Came
so
with a little keychain.
I tweeted about that, and my 28-hour workday brother texts me. He texts our family group chat, and he's like, Mary, I don't know if your tweet was real, but he started sending me like gun recommendations. He's like, I've shot this one, I have this one, this is what you like. And then we're going back and forth about it, and I was like, I want to go to the range, and there's a range around here where you can test them, and I have friends who have so many guns. And then my MAGA brother texts back after all this is done. It's been like 2 hours since we've been talking about it. And he just texts and goes, I enjoyed the above conversation. Very Trumpy with a thumbs up. I was like, you're the worst, dude. Like,
You found common ground. Hello, who's this?
That's Rick.
This is Rick.
Rick!
Move.
How are you, pal?
Hey, hello, Mr. Cox and the crew.
Hey, Rick, do you have, if it's not too personal, do you have firearms at Casa Rick?
Yes, I have concealed weapons.
Yeah.
I have a 380, 357, 45 automatic.
He is strapped. 357. Well, look at you. Right, nobody's going to get one over on Rick.
Well, like you were saying, I don't walk around. It's house protection.
I understand. 357. Jesus. Yeah, your house is protected, son.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But as far as nickel plated, now you know if let's say you're a night fight. Now I'm gonna tell you something. Okay, if you can see where the flash come from, you know just about where that person at. Now I'm gonna tell you about nickel plated, as they say stainless steel, but it's nickel plate. Whether you shoot the firearm or not, a piece of light hit and reflect off that nickel plate. They can see you and they're gonna fire in that direction. That's why I don't like nickel plate.
I understand. You don't want to give away your position.
Well, location.
Yeah, I understand.
Now it looks pretty, but it's not for night fight. It's not.
No,
now,
I like how you've got it all figured out, Rick.
Oh, I've been through this.
I know you have.
Now the word that some people call people don't really know the true definition of what the word means, and nor do sometimes the person that you call it. Like the word bitch. A lot of people don't even know the true definition of the word bitch. A bitch is a pregnant female dog. Okay?
Yes. Yep.
Now, and then...
or a wolf.
They call you punk.
Yeah.
They don't know what... A lot of people don't... A punk is a dry piece of wood. Okay?
Okay.
Now,
I've never heard that. A punk is a dry piece of wood.
Dry.
All right.
Okay. Now, the N word, igger, that you can be whatever color. A igger is just an unintelligent person.
But what about if it ends in A instead of the ER?
Then you might get your ass whooped. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, but anyway, hey y'all, did y'all see Pittsburgh and Seattle last night?
Overtime.
Yeah, they
Yeah.
got them in overtime.
Yeah. Bill was
And
very happy about that.
No,
Bill was very happy. Very happy. Steelers beat the Seahawks in overtime.
Wait,
Bill,
I have a quick question for Rick. So you don't want the nickel gun.
Not for a night fight.
Not for a night fight. So so if you go into a gun shop and they ask you, they're gonna say nickel, please, and you're like, no.
Yeah, I say no. No, give me a pin.
You see what he did there, Rick?
Huh? Yeah, but I'm telling you, man. But yeah, that was a good game between Seahawks and Pittsburgh.
Yeah. Seattle fumbled.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And hey, I see the Browns is 3-3. They lost.
Yeah, and I think they might continue to do so.
I don't know.
They're in bad shape, boy.
A lot of injuries.
Lot of
injuries.
I know, but I'm gonna try and give them the benefit of the doubt.
All right. Well, Thursday night they get another crack at it, Rick.
It's early still.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, my people.
All right, pal.
All I got.
Thank you, sir. There's Rick. He's Number 116 on the blacklist.
You say neither, and I say,
You know.
either.
You know.
And either.
Tell me here about.
Let's call the whole
Rick's got a friggin'
thing
arsenal
off.
over there, man.
Yes, you like
He said, I got my caliber, I got my rifle, I got my machine gun, I got my bazooka.
My two friends, they're actually from Pittsburgh. They're super liberal, and they have more guns than any people. They probably, no joke, they probably have 40 guns.
Sure.
Every type, every size, whatever you need it for. They've got every kind of gun you could even imagine.
Yeah.
They were some of the first people I ever went to the shooting range with, and they're like, "What do you want to try?" And they like when you're at the when you see people roll out the big thing, and it's like, we got this, we got that. This one has a lot of recoil. This one's might be a little too powerful, you know.
What's the brass knuckles for? Oh, that's just for fun.
Right. That's for the weekend. No, but yeah, you can be intelligible and handle your guns properly. And I'd like to think I'd be a responsible gun owner.
Well, we'd all like to think you'd be a responsible gun
Especially
owner.
now that I'm not drinking.
And you're no longer a dumb pregnant dog, wolf, fox, or otter. So, that's good too. All right, listen, I've got to take a break. I'm going to have those Gojira tickets for you. They are set to do a show at the Agora on the 29th of this month, a couple of Fridays away. So after the break, I'll hook you up with those. Next chance for you to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself is coming up at 4:30 too. Gojira is coming back to do a show at the Agora on the 29th of this month. It's a Friday night, along with Knocked Loose and Alien Weaponry, all three on stage that night, AXS.com. If you need more info on the show itself, tickets, whatnot, caller 10, these are yours. 2 for Gojira. I'll see you there. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 to win.
Our apologies to second shifters.
All right, here we go, everybody. Let's get to work.
This is no way to start your day.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
$35192. Want to send me a text? AlanCoxShow.com. You can watch live there. Thank you again to Slavy Differdorf for helping out in the video department a little bit earlier today. You all right over there?
That's another thing that I'm laughing at. It's not Slavy Differdorf.
Slavy Differdorf. Cavaliers will start the regular season here on WMMS on Wednesday night from Memphis. They'll play the Grizzlies. And then Friday night is the home opener. Normally we'd be doing a Just the Tip off party. Not this year. Another opportunity lost.
Why?
Another opportunity missed. It's a bummer. I like doing those. They're fun.
I found my first Just the Tip off party shirt that I had from you guys from 2014.
Mm-hmm.
You were broadcasting live from the House of Blues.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't know you or Erica or Cody yet. Was Cody on the show then? 2014?
I don't think so.
7 years ago?
Nope.
But I knew Bill from stand-up, and I was waitressing at the House of Blues at the time, and I was like, hey, man, you give me one of those shirts.
Hey, man.
And he did. And I felt like I was part of the team.
Hey, well, there it is.
That's not what I meant by it.
What?
Fast forward to...
It was just one of the free shirts that we were giving away to people that came to the event.
Well, I felt like I was part of the team.
I've had more than a couple of people text me and suggest that they are almost sure that Rick probably has a necklace of severed ears somewhere in his house. He has seen some stuff, that guy. No doubt about it. Alan Cox Show After Hours line, you're always welcome to leave us a message there. There's just something quick you want to let us know about. It's 216-986-8903.
Hey, Alan, it's Matt. Just like you, kindergarten through 12th grade Catholic school. My favorite saint, as the local legend says, whatever you want to call it, Saint Dennis had his head cut off, and he continued to walk around with his headless body, with his head in his hands, and his head was still preaching as he was walking around. True story. There's statues in Europe with this headless preaching saint on there. But St. Dennis, that's some wild stuff. Bye.
What is the upside to making up a story like that, by the way? Something that has, lasted centuries, and I guess you could ask that about any story in religion, but what's the point of making up a story that once someone was decapitated, the body... I don't even know what that means, walked around still preaching.
Holding the head. The head was... that's what I pictured, was a headless body holding its own head, and the head was still preaching the word.
Where's my cake, Bedelia?
I pictured... Well, here's my issue with that. Then why isn't the phrase preaching around like a dentist with his head cut off?
Instead of preaching to the choir?
Or running around like a chicken with his head cut off?
Oh, preaching like St. Dennis with his head cut off. This guy over here. Oh, my goodness. Yeah, I don't know. It's a good question. Thank you, Matt, for that.
That just makes me think of, like, Beetlejuice.
I think of Pirates of the Caribbean 2, because that
Electric
actually...
Boogaloo?
No.
Oh.
God, what's the second one called? Dead Man's Chest. Yeah. At one point, one of the pirates gets its head cut off, and like the body still runs around trying to find it, and the head like turns into a snail. And
but again, that's like a fantasy film. I understand
well,
that.
It depends on your...
As opposed to religion.
As opposed to religion, which is all rooted in reality.
Depends on your stance on pirates.
Or religion.
Or religion. Or
I
both.
wonder if there's a pirate religion.
I don't think so. They have pirates' code.
What's the pirate's code? Yo ho ho and a bottle of rum?
Any man who falls behind is left behind.
That's the pirate's code?
It's part of the pirate's
code.
code.
So it's the exact opposite of leave no man behind.
Correct.
Like the Green Berets and the pirates would not get along.
No. They probably fight each other.
So the pirates, why is it a code?
There's
to
more
specifically go, hey, every man for himself, leave him there.
There's more to the code, but that's just the one thing they quote in the movie.
So you would breach the code by saving a compatriot.
By going back to get somebody.
Going back.
Mm-hmm.
So it's every man for himself.
So he goes, pirate's code. And they're like, what's the pirate's code? He goes, any man who falls behind is left behind.
Huh.
No heroes amongst thieves.
So you better be good on your feet if you're a pirate.
That's how you stay ahead of the guys, yeah.
Even if you trip.
You stay ahead of the law that way.
We were talking over the past couple of weeks about radio companies that have instituted vaccine mandates. This one is not one of them yet. I don't know if it's forthcoming. I don't know what kind of data they're running on that. But a couple of the other major broadcast companies have instituted them. And as a result, they've had a handful of employees leave saying, I'm not going to do this and blah, blah. And they've voluntarily given up their broadcasting careers. I don't know if they think they're going to go somewhere else, because invariably those other companies will probably have some kind of, if not a mandate, at least a policy. And one of those, I have a friend that works for one of those radio stations at home in Chicago. And they're fully vaccinated, so it's not an issue. But they sent me what is going to be the policy for people who are back in the office. And I guess the lengths to which they're going, because vaccinated staffers are returning to the office at this particular cluster. And I think it's just maybe 2 or 3 radio stations. And they're being offered color-coded bracelets to indicate their willingness to engage with colleagues. So it's, this isn't anything we have to concern ourselves with here at iHeartRadio Cleveland, because there's no one here but us, basically. There's a couple of stragglers here and there, but for the most part, we don't have to concern ourselves with this. But I like these people
that
are being...
Be great, though, that we all have these bracelets, and it's like the one sales guy, like Curtis is back there.
He's like, I'm a guy.
And we're like, no, we're just walking, like, sorry, Curtis, I got the red bracelet on,
sorry,
so
pal.
please stop talking to me.
No,
That's right.
what it would be is that you guys would have red bracelets and I'd have a green one. Like, what happened on your weekend? Can I tell you about Ann Arbor? And you
Yeah,
get married.
you would. The color-coded bracelets, to indicate their willingness to engage with colleagues. Red means, please stay 6 feet away. Mm-hmm. Yellow means, some contact is acceptable. And green means, comfortable with appropriate office greetings. Oh, I love this. Excuse me, I'm wearing yellow. They go, what does that mean? I don't know, but yellow, I'm splitting the difference.
Keep it real quick.
Some contact is acceptable.
Keep it real quick.
Yeah, but what contact? Can you just run up and give them a little nut hug or what?
Appropriate.
Is that how you hug your boyfriend's
That's
nuts?
how I hug strangers.
You did this weird upended claw move up and down.
You give them like a weight, like a like an orange at the grocery store. They're trying half a pound.
This one is okay. This one's not. Do you squeeze them the same as you would in the produce section?
Just a little, just to test the firmness.
Wow, interesting.
Bunch of mealy apples at the grocery store Mary goes to.
Wow. But I like that they're, okay, if you guys are coming back, wouldn't you just stay at home if that was the other thing, Oh,
if you're wearing red. But if they make you come in, though, because there's some places that are probably making you go in.
I guess so. Please stay 6 feet away.
I think just treat everybody like yellow, and you'll be good.
Whatever,
yeah.
Dude. Some contact available for me or whatever. Hug me.
Yeah. So my friend sent me a copy of the memo that they were circulating at this particular station. Please respect everyone's levels of comfort as we transition back into the office space, is what it says. And don't forget your color code.
Green means burp.
Mary, please stay 6 feet away from me if you're going to be burping in the middle of...
I didn't even mean it. It slipped. I'm very full.
Sounds like... Not anymore. Full of what?
Everything.
Shish?
I haven't pooped today.
That's word for poop.
That's word for poop. You haven't pooped today, and that's what...
Yeah, my morning routine was thrown off.
Which is the door that everybody uses.
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm all backed up.
I thought your macros were all in line, and that was facilitating everything.
No, it is, but my morning was messed up. Traveling keeps me off track too, but normally I wake up and I go, and then I'll have breakfast and start my day, but I had to wake up and immediately leave my house, and then I've been all over the place
Threw
today.
you off.
So yeah.
You have gut lag.
I have gut lag.
Mm-hmm.
Stretch me out over 9 more inches. See? Nut hug. And it all slides around and it mushes out and nothing stays where it's supposed to stay.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, I hope that gets, back to whatever, back to normal. That's no way to live. It's no way to run a railroad. Hey, I've got $1,000 here for you to win. A chance for you to go fund yourself. You can get it every hour here on the show. So listen closely and good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword money to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's money to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Did you see this kid that a Brian Laundrie lookalike got ambushed by the feds on the Appalachian Trail?
Can you sue for that?
Can you sue? Who would you sue?
He might have injuries. Like they mistake him for someone else. We don't all look alike.
Yeah, well, he looks a lot like Brian Laundrie, a guy from upstate New York.
I think he's just walking around gingerly, and then just get bum rushed. They said they were in SWAT gear and the shields.
Well,
and everything.
I thought that they were just camping in the woods. They were in a house, like they were in a structure. A guy named Severin Beckwith.
Whoa!
I don't know if that's his LARPing alias or Severin Beckwith and Anna Bretman were together, and they were catching a few winks at the Lodge of Fontana Village Resort after lunch. So they're in an upstate New York. I'm sorry, they're from upstate New York. This is on the Appalachian Trail. And they heard a knock and the door flew open. I like the knock before the door gets kicked in. Like, they try to outlaw no-knock warrants in a lot of places because it leads to whole kinds of problems, rather than just busting the door open so that you get the jump on some alleged perpetrators. But I like the one knock, and then you kick the door. Like, we're hit. Like it's half.
You a chance.
Yeah, it's half polite. Yeah, we told you we were here before. He goes, next thing I see is a bunch of guys with riot shields and U.S. Marshals written on them and handguns pointed at my face.
Oh, how much poop would be in your pants?
Oh, my God. I mean, thank God nothing went wrong or, he was promptly handcuffed as one of the feds helped the girl get dressed. I bet he did. Severin Beckwith resembles Brian Laundrie, who, of course, is the person of interest in the Gabby Petito homicide. And so, obviously, somebody turned this dude in. Somebody goes, Brian Laundrie and another girl are staying at my lodge.
Probably this girl's ex-boyfriend.
Yeah, right?
Oh, I'd be so pissed.
He said one of the agents touched the side of his head and said that he had a notch in the upper part of his inner ear just like his. Just like Brian Laundrie's?
Or the agent.
So what did they have to do to convince?
Hey, we both have the same notch.
Hey,
that's pretty neat.
No, I'm going to cuff you. Yeah. Put your face in the floor. Making matters worse was that he and his girlfriend, who had been hiking from Georgia to Virginia, had booked their room with a credit card connected to a New York ID. And since Gabby Petito was originally from Long Island, they're following every possible lead they can. But then they quickly determined that this guy didn't have Brian Laundrie's tattoos. And he showed them his ID. Following the marshal's advice, he shaved his beard, but quickly regretted it because he said, I have much less of a chin than Brian Laundrie does. And that's not saying much because Brian Laundrie doesn't have much of a chin. Imagine that the cops are like, you should shave your beard so that everyone doesn't think you're Brian Laundrie. But this Brian Laundrie guy looks like 1,000 other dudes.
That's what I'm saying. Any guy that you see at a corner gas station.
With a shaved head and some stubble.
Yeah, I was out watching the Browns game yesterday. I saw a couple Brian Laundries.
Right.
Yeah.
Ain't nobody following those leads.
Mm-hmm. They think that people at the marina, at the lodge they were staying at, called the cops.
Snitches.
Because one of the marshals showed him a photo that somebody took on the sly. Thinks that one of the employees. Well, listen. If I'm working at a lodge and I go, hey, that guy looks like Brian Laundrie.
But it could not be. It could not be, and you might get an innocent man shot.
But how could it? No, I understand.
They're just trying to do the right thing. They think it might have been.
No, people, it's snitch culture. You have no, other than him looking like...
You know this is 20 years old, right? If you see something, say something. This is all post 9/11. This
I
is
understand,
new.
but there's more ways you can do, just by the identity, just by you looking at him, you could look to see, hey, what are the logs? What is this guy's name? You could do your own research other than just... He looks like the guy.
Well,
this is what black people have been dealing with forever. Oh, this is a stolen car. You look like the guy that stole the car, but...
Fit a description.
Yeah. Come on, man.
I get it.
So if you saw someone that you thought looked like Brian Laundrie...
I would say, oh, that looks like... I see a lot of people that look like they're serial killers. That doesn't mean they are.
He's not a serial killer.
You don't know that.
But you don't. He's not being accused of being a serial killer. He's accused of killing Gabby Petito.
I see a lot of people that look like they could possibly be murderers.
Right, but we're
yeah,
talking
you're
about
one of
seeing
them.
this one person.
I don't turn you in.
If you see this one person that looks like Brian Laundrie,
no,
you're not.
You're not.
You're not going to call.
You let it go.
I didn't say I would let it go. I would do more research. I'm like, that looks like the guy.
If he thought it was Wendy Williams, he'd be like looking in the window.
How much?
Knocking on the glass.
How much research do you think you have at your fingertips in this situation?
But if they're staying at the lodge, if they're staying at a lodge, they're probably staying for a couple days. You could go to the receptionist like, hey, do you think that guy kind of looks like, that guy that's on the run right now? Do you know what his name is? There's things you could follow up. You don't.
But these are also they don't.
You can't ask people that.
They don't want to give an opportunity for somebody to get the jump on them or
get away. Yeah.
Okay, so just barge into the room and point guns at him. That'll work too.
Thank God nothing bad happened.
Okay. If you guys think that's okay,
Breonna Taylor wasn't so lucky.
I didn't say it's okay. I'm just saying.
No, but
you guys didn't say it's okay.
No, I'm just saying. I was asking what you would do.
I said what I would do.
And that's why I was curious how it would play out with you.
There are follow-up questions to something like that rather than calling the squad and then next thing you know, boom, 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 boom. Oops, my bad.
All right.
I mean, Cody has a point.
Let me say this, though.
That's the same thing as the chick on the airport.
What if there's a $100,000 reward?
There's still a follow-up. I don't want to get someone shot. This guy or girl is no better than the person on the airplane getting the guy like pulled off and laid on the tarmac because she thought he was looking at bombs. There's a little follow-up you can do.
Yeah.
Just a follow-up.
Listen, I agree with you that like you can do a little bit more than just...
Think about the trauma this guy has.
The girl on the plane was absolutely ridiculous.
This is the same thing. This is worse. They arrested the guy and put him off the plane. They barged in. He was probably in the middle of doing it.
This is absolutely ridiculous.
Guns, lasers, everything. Just because this guy's white and has a beard.
They did say that the feds helped the girl get dressed. So yeah, something was going on.
He was in the middle of stroking, and then here comes.
Stroking too.
Is that your dad?
Loves lasers. Lots of lasers.
I know.
Pew pew pew.
Yeah. No, Poundcake's got a point.
No, y'all are ridiculous.
We never said I was playing devil's advocate.
What would you do?
Right, because I wanted to hear what you would do.
Well, that's what I would do.
Okay.
This is absolutely ridiculous. This is stupid.
Leave my white kings alone. He was just in there minding his own business in a lodge.
White kings.
He ain't doing nothing to nobody.
Yeah, he was getting lodged, all right. For their trouble, the lodge provided the couple with a free night stay and a complimentary breakfast.
Get out of here.
You better comp my whole stay. You kidding me?
Yeah, the couple said it was a buffet, so we took as much as we could. Well, that's the least you could do.
I would assume that if he was with someone else, that's not how he's hiding out from the cops.
In a lodge.
Right.
Maybe that's what he wants you to think.
Registered credit card.
So he's engaging in some subterfuge there, is what Poundcake's saying. Alan, I'm pretty sure Severin Beckwith worked in your video department at some point. Yeah, I mean, that's
a good name. It's a pretty good name.
Pretty good. You could be onto something there. But yeah, Poundcake's right. You're lying there doing something, trying to get your swerve on, and next thing you know, there's gun barrels in your face.
Had some music playing, had a jar of mayonnaise next to the bed.
I know
mayonnaise.
I understand the guy's surprise, but as a woman, if I'm hooking up with a dude and this is like our first romantic weekend away together, and then the feds come in, you're like, who the hell have I been sleeping with? Like, what are you? And no, feds don't come in for, that's a lot of drugs.
Yeah, he could be like a kingpin, which is all the more reason I'm like, oh my gosh, do me right now.
Could you imagine if she said something where she was like, I knew it. Like she had suspicions about him or something?
My
father said that you were a red flag.
I noticed your inner ear notch. There's another guy that runs a very popular account on TikTok called Not Brian Laundrie, where he looks like him too, and he gives people tips on how to avoid getting attacked for being confused with Brian Laundrie. That would suck if you looked like him, and just everywhere you went, somebody...
They side-eye you?
You have to wear a hat, like Not Brian Laundrie, guys.
So, yeah. Brian Laundrie still unaccounted for.
Everyone wants to do the laundry, but not do their homework.
Poundcake's worded that everybody wants to do their laundry. All right. Let me stop there and take a break. And if you want to get a text in for anything, 35192, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS. How to solve your money 1-800-348-1007.
35192. Want to shoot me a text? The great Bill Burr is going to join me on the phone tomorrow. Tickets went on sale this weekend for his show at the Romo Fijo next spring. Bill Burr's Slight Return is the name of the tour. And he's going to play the Romo Fijo on April the 23rd. He's also getting ready to drop the 5th and final season of his show, F is for Family, over there on Netflix. I don't know if he decided to only do 5 or if Netflix said that's it or what. I don't know. But I'll talk to Bill Burr tomorrow. Always like catching up with him. If you listen to this show on iHeartRadio from outside Northeast Ohio, tell me where you do that. Andy listens in Zanesville, Ohio. Matt is in Roswell, Georgia. Chris is a bureau chief in Chicago. Trucker Ron does a night shift out there in Pomfret, Maryland. Marie listens in Wampum, PA. Things are getting weirder and weirder, and I love it. Chris is in Indianapolis. Kim is in Sacramento. So thanks, one and all. A lot of people texted me in the break taking some umbrage with what they see as Poundcake's flawed logic.
What?
In that whole Brian Laundrie mistaken identity situation. Why does Poundcake think that Brian Laundrie would stay at the lodge under his own name? What research is there to do if he's under an assumed name?
Call the cops then, narc.
But that's what happened, is they called the cops.
Yeah, but it wasn't like a detective showed up and was like following, breadcrumbs. They showed up with the SWAT team pointing guns. But that's going to help.
No, but that's who gets the call. If you call, there's a dedicated team, I imagine, looking for Brian Laundrie. So any calls that go in, they go right to that team. They don't get like whoever the desk sergeant is.
But they should have a designated private investigator or something to show up. How do you just show up with guns drawn? I don't understand how that. I
assume that's how they go, because there's a person of interest in a murder.
Maybe.
I assume they're not going to just have somebody knock on the door and now again. I'm kind of on your side on this. I get what you're saying.
Follow-up questions. I'm not saying that there's any right way to go about it, but I know there's a wrong way to go about it, and that's it.
Well, I think the prevailing wisdom is that in situations like this, time is of the essence.
Still a pair of underwear. See if it has like Brian written in like the,
Is your name in your underwear?
Something. You guys smell them.
Well,
Does
then
it have a signature fragrance?
A signature fragrance? You mean
he's
poop?
making even more sense now.
More sense. How's Poundcake going to talk shrimp on snitching when he is in fact a snitch? Pick a lane, son, said that texter.
I didn't say don't snitch. I said follow up. Tell someone who could help you rather than calling the squad.
But somebody already snitched, and whoever snitched, the call goes right to that team, and then that team shows up.
Well, that's whack. That's a whack way of doing things.
You know what I think you should do? I think you should go into law enforcement. What better way than to change the system from the inside?
Or sabotage the system from the inside.
Yeah, you could definitely do that too.
Deputy Poundcake. Soon to be Sheriff Poundcake. Pow, pow.
When you ask,
sheriff is an elected position, right?
Yeah.
Did you know that?
Yeah, I did.
Well, then you'd have to run for sheriff.
Okay, so I'll run for sheriff.
You love signs in people's yards. Brown for sheriff.
Get caked.
Get caked. Alan, Brian Laundrie could check me out at Target, and I'd have no idea. Yeah, I'm not looking at people that closely. I'd be a real bad character witness. Not character witness, but I mean, I'd be really bad in identifying somebody by their face.
This is what's going to happen.
Did you see Brian Laundrie? They go, I don't know.
You guys know I have an affinity for making friends in grocery stores and banks and gas stations. It's one of my favorite things to do. I'm going to be...
A favorite thing to do.
I love making friends, man. I really do. I'll talk to any stranger. I don't care.
I like how you inflate talking to strangers with making friends.
Well, by the end of it, it's friendly. We're like, oh, how's your wife?
You keep in touch with them on a regular basis?
And I tell them,
old guy from the frozen food section? Yeah.
And I tell him, you let me know when Marjorie's birthday is. You'll get a little card from old Mare.
Mary, how'd you guys meet? Funny story. I started talking to him unbidden at the frozen foods. We were both reaching for the same bag of frozen peas.
Mm-hmm.
He for his vasectomy, me for dinner.
Yes.
And boy, we just got to talking, and wouldn't you know it,
a lot more in common than you'd think.
Yeah, his wife was in waste management, my boyfriend,
Yeah.
oh, come on.
But here's what's going to happen. I'm going to be on tour somewhere in the middle of the country, just a random bar show or a one-nighter comedy gig.
Colby, Kansas.
And Brian Laundrie is going to be in the audience. And I'm going to strike up a conversation at the merch table afterward. I'm like, God, you look so familiar. And then we're going to get to talking, and I'll be like, oh my God, because he's going to confide in me because I'm so good at making fun.
Oh, so he's not just going to...
He's going to be in the front row laughing, and you're going to recognize him by his voice?
By his face.
By his face, not by his voice and his laugh?
You're not just going to recognize him, but he's going to feel such a connection that he's going to be like,
He's going
I
to trust
get
me.
it,
Mm-hmm.
and I need someone to know, and you're the person he's going to confide in.
And I'll lull him into a false sense of security.
Well, he'll be lulled all right.
And then, you know what'll happen? I'll be a national hero. So suck it.
How long until people forget about all this? Because
forget about what?
There's a short attention span for
Brian Laundrie.
Yep.
Well, I don't
People
care.
will forget.
I don't care if people forget, but law enforcement can't forget. I mean, they've got to find this guy. A lot of people think he's dead.
First 48 rules.
A lot of people think they're going to find him dead in a ravine. You know. Why couldn't they set up surveillance, watch him for a couple days, and confirm his identity? Somebody says. I'm with Poundcake. Should have been handled better. You can look up Severin Beckwith's Facebook. It's not like Brian Laundrie made a fake account that has profile pictures from 2 years ago on it.
Man.
Yeah.
Just a little bit of follow-up. I'm not saying you have to be like
I think
private eye, but
I think
someone could do it.
The person reporting was just fine doing it. I think the FBI could have done... They didn't have to go
I would say it's
blazing
lazy.
in
It's
there.
real lazy. And now this guy's going to have like trauma for the rest of his life.
Chuck says, I picked my wife up at work and a guy ran past us. I didn't pay attention, but my wife said he looked exactly like me. Someone reported him driving my car, and a day later I was pulled over by a cop with a gun in hand. The guy had robbed a KFC. Sir, your fingers look greasy. Please step out of the car. Alan, Mary signed one of my posters, and it said, I'll never forget your birthday. So when is it, Mary?
Oh, man. I'll never. It's got to be.
Do you remember signing, I'll never
significant to
forget
me.
your birthday?
It is probably.
Wait, you're only remembering it because it's significant to you?
I remember
not because
signing
one
this-
of your
no.
friends, it's not significant
This
to
isn't
them?
a friend of mine. This
Oh.
is someone at a show that
No, I understand, but you said you make
Hold
friends, and this person's now a friend.
I want to say they were like, we were supposed, there was something was supposed to happen on their birthday, and I either didn't acknowledge it or they were at a show and I ignored something like that happened. And I was like, oh, I'll never forget your birthday now.
So when is it?
I remember this person, and I remember
Text or tell me
signing
when
that.
it is, by the way. Text me again and tell me when it is so that I can confirm
I think it's
or
in
deny.
April.
I don't know.
Oh, I was like, did they ever tell you?
They haven't told me yet. Hopefully they'll tell me. Oh, they just told me.
Is it in April?
No. Dang it. But I would never forget it because there are some dates that just stick in your head, and this is one that would stick in my head.
9/11.
Is it 9/11?
It's not 9/11. No, it's June the 4th. Why would June the 4th? Why would you never forget June the 4th?
I don't know. That's why I'm saying it had to have been something where I was supposed to do something, or I was supposed to wish somebody a happy birthday and I didn't, and I felt bad, and I was like, oh, I'll never forget it.
Okay. Well,
June
now people
the
are
4th.
calling Poundcake for sheriff, so you could be on
My
to
truck,
something here.
my beer, my guns. Get the hell out of the car. My truck, my beer, my guns. Get your ass on the ground. My truck, my beer, my guns. I run these parts. My truck, my beer, my guns. Say it again. Oh, I would wreak havoc. My land.
My land. My Lanta. Alan, tell Poundcake, my entire family are Akron police officers. We can get them in the academy. There you go. You could be legacy adjacent.
Ooh, there's so many hot police officers, too.
You're only for the hot cops.
Well, like, can I just wash your guys' uniforms? Do I really have to be a cop? I want to put myself at
Sure,
risk.
but they're real lookers in Akron. We need Inspector Gadget on the Brian Laundrie case. Someone's Inspector Gadget.
Inspector
Ratchet.
Come on. Come on. Anybody see Vince Neil fall off the stage? This poor son of a bitch.
Isn't he old?
Yeah, he's up there. He's mid-50s, I think. Vince Neil was, he's trying to get in some kind of shape, I think, for that rescheduled Motley Crue stadium tour next summer. And so he was performing with his own band on Friday night, and he fell off the stage and broke some ribs. Ooh. I always think of the band in that situation. The band's like, okay, now we're all off the road. I guess we'll go back home since he fell off the stage. Good looking out, Vince. That sucks, though. Dana Strum. If you're a hair band aficionado, you know that name. He was in Slaughter. He was in the Vinnie Vincent Invasion many years ago. And he's Vince Neil's touring bass player, and he had to address the crowd.
The truth is Vince fell and broke ribs when he fell. He can't breathe, and he's going to get dealt with medically. Now that sucks for us.
We had to take him back and shoot him, just FYI.
He was so excited to be here. He lives in Tennessee, but he was willing to stick it out, tough it up when the pair of people back here tell him don't do it. Let's have one good round of applause, please, for this guy that's tough it out.
This was in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. We've been to Pigeon Forge, Tennessee.
We're from Mills.
He broke ribs in a 4-foot drop during the show.
Jeez,
damn.
Yeah, that sucks.
Gotta be aware of that lip, that stage lip. Get out there.
Yep, he was on the front of the stage. He's kind of clapping along with the audience, and he moved just a step to the right. Like in the Time Warp?
Yeah.
And he slipped in a crack in the stage and fell 4 feet to the concrete below.
Oof.
So, that sucks.
He didn't use his hands?
What
hit his ribs? The ground?
Yeah, he fell.
Yeah, Why didn't he put his hands down?
Fell off the stage.
He probably was twisting.
Don't know. And not paying attention to the front of the stage,
I'm just saying, who falls chest first?
If it happens that fast, he's a big guy.
Yeah,
he might not be able to get his arms around, and sometimes that's even worse because you put your arms down, and all of a sudden your arms facing the wrong direction.
I'd rather break an arm than a couple ribs.
Ask Tom Segura how he likes breaking his arm.
If you break a couple, you can't breathe if you break your ribs.
That's why they said he can't breathe.
But that's what I'm saying. I'd rather break it. I'd rather put my arms out and break an arm.
I feel like ribs feel faster than arms, and if you break, you can break your arm and also have nerve damage and stuff like that. So it's not.
You could break a rib and it could pierce your lung.
It's a lose-lose situation.
And if you had to pick one, you'd rather break an arm than a rib.
No,
Are you rather break a rib than an arm?
Are you arguing about Vince Neil falling off the stage?
I'm not arguing.
I'm not saying
with Bill about Vince Neil.
I'm confused.
How Vince Neil fell off the stage.
I'm saying you could get hurt
it's not that bad.
No, I didn't say it's not that bad. I said
slow down.
Well, you're the one that got it all going like this. You're the one that's like, put your arms down, Vince.
Yeah, and you're the one defending him like it's not that easy to put your arms down.
If you've seen Vince Neil, it might not be.
That's what I'm saying. He's a big guy. He might be better off falling on his ribs because he's a fatso than onto his arms because he could really hurt himself no matter what. If you're a big guy,
if he fell,
there's not a good way to fall.
If he fell forward, face first, his belly would have hit the ground, and I would think would have, from what I could see, he had a guitar slung across his back, so maybe that had something to do with it, or threw off his balance. I don't know. Yeah, but he fell. What looked like just feet first. But they say he broke a couple of ribs.
Merely confused how you fall and don't even try to put an arm down.
Maybe
that's like your first reaction.
Maybe he fell feet first, landed on his legs. His bones are so brittle, maybe.
Cracked all the way up.
Yeah, pelvis cracked into the ribs into the sternum. It could happen to the best of us.
My ribs, my back,
pretending I was a
my
UN
guitar.
interpreter.
Oh, good Lord. Kelsey Grammer falling off the stage. Oh, good Lord. So, poor Vince Neil. Oh, speaking of Vince Neil, mullets. A kid won the junior mullet competition, and he was doing it for charity. An Arkansas middle schooler won first place in the kids division of they do this nationwide mullet contest. And this kid donated his winnings to children in the foster care system because he had been a foster child.
Until he found out there was money involved, and to which he quickly said, well,
I could do it and give the money to kids in foster care.
Well, I know how it feels to be in foster care, so I just thought maybe it would be sweet to do it.
It's just exciting for kids. You know, it shows us really what our future can be like with kids like Alan that are here to help.
Are you going to keep your mullet after this?
Nobody's going to touch that.
Nobody's going to touch my mullet.
Touch that mullet.
That is a young man named Alan Baltz in Arkansas. And his mom sounds hot. I don't know if she is, but... And I also don't know how much money he got. But people have donated $3,000 in honor of him and his mullet. And boy, if you ever get a chance to see, because they do this every year, there's an adult division, there's a kids division, and you have to think that half of the people grow it just for this, whereas the other half are in it because that's what their hair always looks like. Either way, it is glorious. They've got some amazing mullets in this competition.
We talked about this last year, didn't we?
Every year. Every year this goes on.
Sticks out in my mind last year.
Yeah.
Also, Bill sent me the video of Vince Neil falling. He falls and it looks like he lands on his feet. So I'm wondering if his chest hit like those metal barricades or something.
Yeah, maybe.
That
something.
had to have been what it is.
Yeah. Yeah, because there's like that trench between, yeah.
So that's probably what it was. But, so I'm not out of the realm of possibility to be surprised that if that wasn't the case, that he fell 4 feet onto his side, like a pigeon or something.
I didn't know that it was, I just didn't know that it was such a point of argument.
It's not a point of argument. I was surprised.
You could have fooled me.
I was surprised that he fell chest first, and Bill was like, that's safer than putting your arms down.
I didn't say it was safer. I'm just saying
I
things
didn't
can
hear
go
him
wrong no
say-
matter what. Like if you're a fat guy and you fall down, you're gonna get hurt bad. That's my argument.
Kids, remember, safety first, which means always fall on your face. Safety
If you're a fat
first.
guy, try not to fall. That's my advice.
Yeah.
That's my new thing. I'm just going to rile Bill up and then tell him to calm down. Dude, take it easy. What are you
That's
getting
what I
so
used to
mad
do with
about?
you.
Yes, but I'm in a better place mentally now, so I can do it to you.
Has anybody seen the scalp popping videos?
Ew, no, what?
Scalp popping. Kids get bored super, super easily, so there's always some new challenge or whatever. And scalp popping is when you grab a whole bunch of your hair and then you pull it up and it makes a popping noise. Except, like, medical professionals are like, hey, dummy, that popping noise is the tissue between your scalp and your skull, which is supposed to stay stuck to your skull. You know, you're not supposed to pull... You're not supposed to separate that tissue from your skull. You could get an infection and...
Dum. I'm not going
You like twisted it, and then you run around your finger twice.
Listen to this.
I'm
Listen to
scared
this.
of you. Ready? Yeah, go.
Oh.
Ew. Hell, I don't like it.
Oh.
Don't do that.
Pop, pop. The children are our future.
Why would you do it?
Oh, man.
it's just like the Tide Pods. Like they look pretty, but they taste like soap. Yeah.
No, but those were just kids dicking around and eating soap, right? These are kids that are like, oh my God.
Doing damage to their
because somebody was probably just screwing around and they figured it out and then they put it on TikTok and everybody else, I assume these things start relatively organically.
TikTok is literally the downfall of society. Like literally, if there's any
No,
type
it's
of...
not.
Yes, it is. It's worse than Twitter.
We have been in steady decline for decades.
It's China.
China Biden.
China bans this kind of crap.
It's Beijing Biden. Thank you very much.
Not according to the dumb bumper sticker I saw. They weren't down with the alliteration. Yeah, so doctors are like, hey guys, that popping noise is the tissue between your skull and your scalp. So hey,
it just sounds like it hurts.
Maybe don't do that. Yeah,
Why would you want to hurt yourself?
They're like, you could have bleeding in there, and you can do long-term follicular damage.
Nah, it's for the gram and the talk.
Do you think that...
Yes, you got ticked the talk out. Do I think what?
I'm trying to think of like professional wrestling, but I guess that's all choreographed.
Don't say it.
Oh, sorry.
Oh.
But what I mean, like they get grabbed by the hair a lot. And so I'm wondering if this is an issue that they have in...
Probably. They also cut their scalp to make it
they have like little razors, which I didn't know about until recently.
You thought it was ketchup?
Yeah.
I just want to thank each and every one of y'all for all you've done to your bodies. It's still real to me, damn it! I mean, thank you.
Take it easy, man.
Thank y'all, guys.
Take it easy, man.
Real to me, damn it.
Yep. Real to him. Mm-hmm. Alan, I propose we change the name of the hairstyle from mullet to the Arkansas Middle Schooler. That's not bad.
It can just be one of the many nicknames that the mullet has. The Kentucky Waterfall.
If Vince Neil had landed on his back, he could have broken ribs that way. That's true. Yeah.
Oh, I meant to say over the weekend, Friday, when I got home, I did watch the Dave Chappelle special.
Dave Chappelle?
Dave Chappelle special.
The Dave Attell special?
I liked it. I thought it was really funny.
Yeah, it was funny. But apparently it's first of all, Netflix and Dave Chappelle are getting precisely what they want out of it.
Yeah.
But it's...
talk about beating a lesbian's ass. He said, I beat her ass. I beat her good.
That was his favorite part.
Yeah, because he said... I'm not going to repeat what he said, because Dave Chappelle could get away with it. Me, I will get canceled. But the wording, the alliteration that he used made me laugh.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, well, there it is. I've got to take a break. I'll have those Bloodview Haunted House passes for you on the way back. I'll throw in a couple of passes for the preview of a new movie called Antlers that we're doing that looks really cool. It's a year old already, but like everything else got postponed. But it's going to be in theaters on the 29th. We're going to do a preview screening of it. So if you want to get to Bloodview Haunted House in Broadview Heights and a couple of passes here to check out the Antlers screening, we'll do that after the break. And then another chance for you to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself is coming up at 5:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
Everywhere on our free iHeart.
right, a couple of passes for Bloodview Haunted House in Broadview Heights. Check them out online, bloodview.org. And I'll throw you a couple tickets for a new movie called Antlers, which got delayed last year, but it looks like a really cool, dark, scary film. It's going to be in theaters on October the 29th. We are doing a screening of it 1 week from tonight. So, a couple of passes for Bloodview Haunted House. You and a pal get to the advanced screening of Antlers next week. Now, caller 10, these are yours. Good luck. 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Your ears can engage in substance abuse, too.
Every time you talk, I hear that sound that plays when Pac-Man dies.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
35192. Want to send me a text. The Cavaliers will start the regular season in Memphis on Wednesday night to play the Grizzlies, and then they start the season here at home on Friday night. It's going to be Cavs against the Charlotte Hornets, and then Saturday night against the Atlanta Hawks, where if you look closely, you'll be able to wave to Bill and Poundcake, who will be there.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, not for nothing, but my old employer, the Chicago Sky of the WNBA, clinched their first WNBA championship.
Hey, that's exciting.
Congrats. I was texting all of my former... it's hard to believe how little turnover there has been in that organization. Most of the people I worked with, I was their arena announcer for a couple of seasons, and most of the people I worked with are still there. For the first time in team history, the Chicago Sky are the WNBA champions. They came from a 14-point deficit in the second half to beat the Phoenix Mercury 80-74 in Game 4 of the WNBA Finals.
How long have they been a team? About 25, 26
Long
years?
time, yes.
Like since the inception of the WNBA?
Yep. They're an OG team.
Pretty cool.
Yep.
I had a lot of people get mad at me this weekend because I posted something on my story that was upsetting to them, and it's still up there. I reposted it just because it made me laugh so much that people were getting so upset over this stupid thing that I posted, and it's just a dumb meme.
Let me look at it here.
Okay.
In your story.
Yeah, it's like the fourth thing on my story, so it's after the Calvin and Hobbes thing. It's the
most of us. Can I read this here?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. It says, "Do you know? Most of us wake up at night between 2 a.m. and 3 a.m. without any reason, and according to the experts, there's 99% chance that something is actually staring at you for a long time." This is clearly like from one of those Japanese horror films, the photo. And
yeah, the photo's like a picture of like a little ghost boy and like a creepy ring lady like staring at somebody in bed.
Yeah.
And like I posted that on Saturday night, and I woke up to 100+ messages of people like, "Man, I can't sleep now. I hate you so much." And it just
really grown people,
mostly women.
Yeah,
most
dog moms.
Yeah, dog moms, but like just people that were really bothered by that. And I was like, well, bothered people that much. Let's see if it works 2 nights in a row. A little exposure therapy.
And it worked.
Yeah, it worked. Yeah, people are
got
very
people
upset
all
over
worked
that.
up. By the way, you're the front runner for that celebrity bartending
That's
thing.
right.
Too.
Take that, Nolan.
Look at that.
Number one, if you want to donate to the celebrity bartender thing I'm doing, it's for Rec to Connect, which is a very nice nonprofit that helps people with special needs get some exercise. It's a lot of pool-based stuff, so like they go swimming and do...
Oh, not billiards.
Yes. Water pool.
It's a water pool-based activity. All right.
It's a really good cause, and I'm happy to help out. It's Andre Knott's wife, Jen, puts this whole thing together, and just, pretty
Are you
humble.
guys all going to be out there bartending, or is this just an online raise
No,
money
this
thing?
is like a real event on November 8th.
Bill Squire, Mark Nolan, Natalie Herbick, Hatcha, Ashley Collins, I don't know who that is, Gabe Spiegel, I don't know who that is.
He works with Natalie Herbick on Fox.
Oh, at
8.
Fox,
Yeah.
Okay. Who is Ashley Collins?
I don't know her.
Because she's in second.
She's in second.
All right. So if you
I'm
go
in
to
first place.
If you go to Bill's story, you can donate, or you can. Where's the event?
It's at the what's that place called on the water over there?
Merwin's Wharf.
Not Merwin's Wharf. It's the other side.
I mean, you should know
Mulberries?
this.
Not mulberries. Mulberries. No, it's I should know this.
In the
I just
flats?
can't remember it. Yes, it's
Shooters?
Not Shooters, on the other side.
The other side.
It's the brewery right there that's right on the water.
Oh,
Masthead? No, that's not there.
Not Masthead. You're close though.
There's Beerhead, but that's not a brewery.
Not Beerhead.
I'm not good with my sides of the flats, so I'm
On
going to
the
be...
East Bank is what you're talking about.
Yes, it's on the East
Bank of the flats.
But it's not where all the
Collision
other-
Bend?
Collision Bend. That's
Collision
God.
Bend.
Yeah.
All right.
Isn't it great to have an alcoholic as a friend?
Oh, Mike Snyder is part of this too.
Yeah, there's a bunch of people. Like Josh Cribbs is in there. Like there's a whole bunch of
Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, Josh
celebrity
Cribbs.
bartenders. And so I need your guys' help because I'm not as big a celebrity as a lot of these people. So, but I'm in first place right now. And I want to stay that way because also it's a good cause.
Well, of course. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's a bunch of people here. I don't know who they are.
Yeah, at
but
Bill
I know
Squire
who you are.
On Twitter and Instagram, I have it. It's like my latest tweet as well.
Okay.
There's a link there.
Well, there you
I'll
go.
pin it.
So some of it's pool-based. And some of it's...
Water pool.
Water
Water pool,
pool-based. Right.
How do you pin a tweet? There we go. Pin.
All right, there you
It's
go.
my pin tweet if you go on Twitter.
Mm-hmm. So congratulations to the Chicago Sky. And they were also announcing who will be doing the inductions at the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, by the way. That's a couple of weeks away. That's the 30th of this month. They've moved it to the Romo Fijo. And for the second time in the last 6 years, it will involve, I love how they say it will involve a living Beatle. That's way cooler than one of the dead ones. But Paul McCartney is going to induct the Foo Fighters. And we saw him in 2015 when they inducted Ringo Starr. We saw Paul McCartney when he got up on stage. And they closed the show performing together. Paul McCartney, I think, is inducted as a solo artist and as a member of the Beatles. And Foo Fighters are there, too, because they played with Joan Jett. It was a good year.
Yeah, that was a
Some
very
years
cool
better
year.
than others. And so Paul McCartney, and again, I always hear conflicting stories as to whether or not you get to choose who inducts you, because a lot of times they say no. They go, the Rock Hall just appoints somebody. This sounds like a situation where Grohl asked Paul McCartney to induct them. Like Bon Jovi, last time we went, Bon Jovi asked Howard Stern to induct them. But a lot of times I've heard that maybe if it's a band doesn't really have someone in mind, then the Rock Hall goes, oh, we'll give you somebody. So Paul McCartney will induct the Foo Fighters into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Taylor Swift will induct Carole King into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Jennifer Hudson will also perform along with Taylor Swift. Angela Bassett will induct Tina Turner into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame.
That's cool.
Turner's induction will also feature an all-star cast, including Christina Aguilera, Bryan Adams, her, and Mickey Guyton.
Damn.
Whoever that is.
Mickey Guyton. The Mickey Guyton?
Mickey Guyton. Drew Barrymore will induct the Go-Go's. Lionel Richie will handle the honors for the Ahmet Ertegun Award, which is an industry award.
Didn't you say that earlier today? Ermagerd.
Yeah, Cavs head coach R.J. Ermagerd is very excited about the new season. Several outlets are reporting that LL Cool J will be inducted by Dr. Dre.
Poundcake, are you super excited about all the celebrities that are going to be in town?
Dude, that's insane. Like, I never
It's a
thought.
lot of people.
Like, Taylor Swift? Who would have thought Taylor Swift? Taylor Swift, Angela Bassett, Christina Aguilera.
I think it really sucks, though, that Tina, and it's not her fault, because I don't think she's feeling well, and she lives in friggin' Switzerland.
And she's old.
Tina Turner's not going to be there, which it would be amazing, and she retired a long time ago, I get it, but, I mean, unless they're going to whip her out last minute, but they are not expecting Tina Turner to attend. But that's a pretty good list of people.
Jennifer Hudson. Man.
I mean, the year that Joan Jett got inducted, Miley Cyrus inducted her, and that was a lot of fun. She did a great job.
Who inducted Green Day?
I did.
Mary did.
Mary Chalice did.
I forget who inducted Green Day. I'd have to look that up.
I wonder where the Swifties are going to be. Like, I wonder, where would Taylor Swift go around here? Where does she chill?
Green Day were inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame by Fall Out Boy.
That's right.
I don't remember that. I probably blocked it from my memory, but Now, who inducted Green Day is a very different question than another one Google asked. Who invented Green Day?
It's a holiday.
Is that your best Green Day?
On holiday. Is that better?
I'll take that as a yes.
Pretty good.
Well, take that as a yes. Yeah, but they've been together a long, long time. Trey Cool is not their original drummer, but they've been together a long time.
What happened to their original drummer?
I don't know. He split. You know, like the original drummer for Blink-182, he just couldn't get himself squared away. He was drinking way too much, and they kicked him out, and they had Travis Barker. Travis Barker and Kourtney Kardashian, of course, got engaged.
For their show.
I'm sorry?
Their show was...
For love.
So not for love, Poundcake? Is that what you're trying to say?
I
don't
so
like the
cynical.
I don't like the Kravis portmanteau. By the way, they're calling them Kravis, which to me is
that's hilarious.
That's kind of
Kravis.
Kravis.
What else would they be? Chortney?
No, they don't have to be anything. I mean, you know. So listen, people in their 40s can find love, and
they both have their kids.
Suck on each other's tongues publicly. Yeah, whatever. I'm
happy for them.
Good. Hey, listen, man. Love is love. Good for them. It would be weird though it would be so difficult, and obviously you're Travis Barker, you know what you're getting yourself into, but it would also be strange to never be able to do anything on the low. Just never, if you saw there was a guy who was staying at this hotel in Montecito on the beach. He looked like a dad. And he's narrating, ooh, somebody's getting engaged, because this giant crew is setting up a giant circle of red roses, and there's candles on the beach, and it was for Kourtney Kardashian and Travis Barker. So you can never do anything spontaneously, really, because it's always got to be for the cameras or whatever.
Or there's just spectators. I mean, Justin Bieber, he tried to do that. Like, no one knew he was going to propose, but then he proposed, I guess, in a room, and people walked into the room, and everyone crowded around.
But you still have to.
It was a private moment.
But like, you still have to coordinate with your people, and it's a whole thing.
Yeah, that sucks. I mean, that's
part of who they are, though.
Well, I know
the Kardashians are doing it for a TV show.
I know, and he knows what he's getting himself into. I just think it would be really weird. I guess if that has been your life for a long time, it's less weird, but it would just be very strange. So, yeah, so good for them.
Can we get another take of that proposal? The first one was a little flat.
Right.
Kourtney, try to act like this isn't the first time. Or the fifth. How many times has she been married?
She's never been married.
Kourtney's never been married?
No, she was with Scott Disick, but I don't think they ever got married.
I thought they were married.
She protested it because she was like, well, I've seen love destroy households, and I've never seen love work, yada, yada, yada. I mean, she was the smartest one thus far. She just had her kids and made her money. And
well, that ended with the engagement to Travis Barker. I've got $1,000 here for you. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself. Get your own beach full of roses. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000 now. Text the nationwide keyword PAY to 200-200. You'll get a confirmation text and info. Standard data and message rates apply in this nationwide contest. That's PAY to 200-200. Good luck and go fund yourself from 100.7 WMMS.
Yeah, when they announced that show wasn't going to be on anymore, people were like, it's the end of an era, except they're just going right to Hulu.
Yeah.
Oh, so they're just switching.
Yeah, they're just going to Hulu.
Because he couldn't afford them anymore.
But like Travis Barker's kid is posting TikToks showing like another cameraman. That would be weird, you know? Hey, my dad's getting engaged, and you just pivot over, and there's another cameraman shooting the thing. It's so intimate.
Hey, you have all these memories documented from so many different angles. So if you want to go back and look, you can be like, what season was that? Season 12, episode 9.
Really?
Yep.
I mean,
God bless them. These two never met a camera they didn't like. Good for them.
I mean, you have some really cool home movies. Every important part of your life and non-important part of your life has been filmed.
I just feel I feel awful for when these two have to divorce Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox.
They're not married.
This couple will have to divorce Machine Gun Kelly and Megan Fox.
Why?
Yeah, why would
because that will eventually flame out.
They're going to get engaged next.
Oh, they probably will, but it will eventually flame out. This might eventually flame out too. But good golly, I mean, you want people to hang out with.
You say that, you guys are like, oh, that would be so weird if every moment of your life is documented. People do that. Like
I know
regular,
they do. I'm saying I think it would be weird.
But I'm saying people do that anyway. Regular people do that anyway.
But they don't. But they don't have. Yeah,
might as well have it professionally done.
I'm just saying, if money was no object, this is what you get.
Right.
But there's no spontaneity to it. It's not
There's
like
no spontaneity to any proposal. I feel like most proposals are planned, aren't they?
What I'm saying is, there's a difference between a guy asking one of his boys, "Make sure you're filming this."
Yeah,
when I drop to a knee and ask Ashley to marry me, then hours beforehand where they're setting up roses and there's a crew of people. It's not like Travis Barker's like, don't tell her.
Yeah, I guess.
Before he asks the question, the last thing you hear is, "We have speed."
Right. So they can finally have sex, and this will be, it'll be a lot of fun for them. It's a blended family. He's got a couple kids. His kids are older, though, I think, too.
Yeah.
He's like a couple years younger than me. So he's definitely robbing.
She's not. Isn't she the oldest sister?
She's 42.
Yeah.
He's robbing the cradle with her.
Yeah, she's the oldest sister.
Yeah.
How old is Kim? 40? 41?
Yep. 40.
So congratulations to them. If Travis Barker were not a rock star, he would look like a guy hitchhiking on the side of the road. But good for them. She seems lovely. I don't really know much about her at all because I just don't pay that close attention to her. But she seems lovely.
She was always my favorite of the sisters. She seems the most regular.
No, Chloe seems regular.
No.
Now, do you mean regular or regular, Poundcake? Because those two words mean different things to you, don't they?
Well, they can never be regular because they're not basic bitches at all. But
there you go. There it is. One's an insult and one's just kind of a...
Yeah, when I'm saying the one that's most relatable, I say regular.
Now, how is she... You think she's relatable?
No, Chloe's the most relatable.
How is that?
Like. Because she's the one that's always getting her heart broken. She struggles with her weight. She's the poorest one out of all of them.
She is?
Yeah,
she doesn't have like a mogul.
And Courtney does?
Good American.
Courtney is a mogul?
Brand. Courtney has a makeup and wellness line called
Why
Poosh.
Doesn't Chloe? They're all doing the same thing.
Chloe has a clothing line called Good American.
But it's not her line. She's just the poster child for it.
Well, that's what all their businesses are.
No, Kim owns all
Kylie's
of her stuff.
not right, but Kylie's not making makeup.
No, but she owns it.
But she owns it. And
I see.
And Kendall owns her tequila, and Courtney owns Poosh.
Bill, your thoughts on all this?
I hope I die before this conversation ends.
Well, good thing we got to go to a break. So
I thought Kendall was the most normal one.
Kendall's the model.
Kendall is.
No, I know.
The
I
one
thought she was the most normal one.
No, she's like super hot and has anxiety, and she has all these stalkers, so she doesn't like to be on the show that much.
Because she has stalkers, but are they hot? You said it would be less weird if they were hot stalkers.
They weren't hot.
It says regular stalkers. Regular.
That's right, stalkers are hot.
Yeah, I mean, Kendall.
A hot stalker.
Anyway, unless you've just awakened from a coma, the Kourtney Kardashian Travis Barker engagement is one of the big stories today. So congratulations to them.
Watch her get pregnant again.
At 42,
I would like to watch her get pregnant.
Ew.
Okay, I've got to take a break.
Hey,
If it was merely his suggestion, I was just co-signing. If you want to get a text in 35192, you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7
WMMS.
last season of his Netflix show, which is called F is for Family. They had a 5-season run on that show. So he'll join me tomorrow around 4:30. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from outside Ohio, tell me where you do that. I like to give people the pins on the map. Matthew listens in Eau Claire, Wisconsin. Nathan's down in Cincinnati. Bengals did all right, yeah?
Yeah, I think they won.
And Joe Burrow, boy. Todd listens in Phoenix. Charlie is in Martin, Kentucky. And Noah is one of our bureau chiefs outside Pittsburgh. He's in North Versailles out there. So thanks. How about that Batman trailer?
Ooh, yeah.
It's pretty good, right?
Yeah, they dropped a lot of trailers. They did the DC Fandom this weekend, and that one looks good. Peacemaker looks like a funny series. The Flash trailer got my nerd boner going.
Yeah, I didn't see any of that. I kind of made myself a note that they were going to drop the Batman trailer around 1 o'clock, part of that DC Fandom, and then they knew that's why everybody was tuning into that, and so they kept kicking that can down the road. So I just caught it on Twitter later on, but looks pretty good.
Yeah, it looks fun. It looks dark and very detective-like. It's based off the Long Halloween comics, which are some of my favorite.
Yeah. I'm warming up to R-Pats. Why not? The suit does all the work.
The suit does the work, but I think the story is interesting, and it's going to be a different take on Batman than we've seen in the past. I think it's going to be a little more...
younger?
Younger, but also...
Young Bruce Wayne?
Younger Bruce Wayne, but also just a little less, like they show a lot of action in the trailer, but I don't think it's going to be... I think it's going to be more of a mind thriller kind of thing.
A mind thriller?
Yeah, well, like a figure it out.
The new Batman is going to be one of the new figure it outs. Well, at the very least, it looks grittier than some of the other stuff. It doesn't look as super villainy, with suits and...
Yeah.
I don't know.
I'm excited to see it. But then the Flash, they have Michael Keaton in it, and
was he in the trailer?
They don't show his face, but he does a voiceover.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
because I don't really care about the Flash, but I'll see it for Michael Keaton.
Yeah,
because that Ezra, who's the guy who plays the Flash?
Miller.
Man, I don't like that guy. I think he's creepy. I hear he's creepy in real life. He's creepy in movies.
Yeah, there's a video from a few years ago, him like pushing a fan that was trying to get an autograph, and it's a little weird. A little weird.
Are you not supposed to do that? Because
I don't think you're supposed to do that. But also the person that was like really like getting up in his face. So like it's like one of those things where he's got the right to protect himself, but it still doesn't look great.
Yeah, that's right. All right. Alan Cox Show After Hours line. Anytime you want to leave us a message there, you certainly can. It's 216-986-8903.
Hi, this is Liz from Denver. I'm a trans woman. Please forgive the voice. It's not great. But I just wanted to give a perspective on the Dave Chappelle thing. I think the thing that's annoying so many trans people is that he comes out and says, I'm Team TERF. An equivalent to that is if I would jump on the stage and say, how about that Pepe the Frog? It is extremely hurtful. It is extremely malicious. TERFs, trans exclusionary radical feminists, are people, usually British women, but there are Americans and Canadians and the whole 9 yards, that dedicate their lives to harassing and doxing and torturing and trying to eliminate trans people. For example, once I posted a selfie on my own Twitter account, and I was hounded by these people, with one of them saying that I need help, followed by the British suicide hotline number. Most trans women, if you've been online at all, have been bothered by these people and have been asked to kill yourself more than once. And that, I think, is what hurts so many people, is that he comes out and says, I'm Team TERF, knowing that it's going to devastate an entire community, and knowing that quote-unquote normal people won't know what the heck that means. And I think that's the main problem. Anyways, hate the show.
All right. Well, there's Liz in Denver.
Appreciate that a lot.
Team turf. Why British women? She implicated there that it started with British women. And how does it start with, I'm a woman and I can do all kinds of things that you can't do, to you should kill yourself? I never understand. Like, in any area of people who are upset with other people or have a different opinion, I don't know where it goes right from, yeah, I don't agree with that, to you should go kill yourself.
Well, that's why, I mean, there's a lot of people that feel that way about trans people, where
they should go kill themselves.
Well, I get comments. So I posted a video about trans people being in the bathroom, and then also like I have a bit about my son being trans, and the majority of the comments are, that's child abuse. You know, he's just playing.
But you didn't do it to him.
No, right. But you can't really reason with these people because they are so single-minded about what a trans person is that they won't ever listen to anyone's experience or what they're going through.
But it also tells me
they are a hateful group of people.
But it also tells me they don't know any trans people.
But even if they do, they seek them out and harass them, like Liz is talking about.
But they don't have any who are friends of theirs.
Well, they don't have any friends at all most of the time.
Oh, I don't know about that.
They're trolls. Like they're people that are just continuously attacking people that really don't have, like, for no other reason than
but
just
I'm making the listen. I get trolls. I'm making the delineation between trolls, which is all fake and performative.
But it's not fake and performative to the people that are getting trolled.
Understood.
To a person
I'm
like
just
Liz,
saying. I'm saying that trolls are 100% always operating in bad faith.
But that's what.
I'm curious about the delineation between people who go. There have to be people who have a legitimate difference of opinion that somehow get to the go kill yourself point, and that's what I don't understand.
I don't know.
Trolls are just there to troll people. They don't care what you think, what you believe, whatever. They might agree with you.
Well,
it's more fun to be a troll, so they're going to find a way to dig something up, or they're going to give you a hard time.
I don't know. I don't know about the people that are like the go kill yourself, but there's a lot of people, even in my life with my son, that they kind of keep him at a distance because they don't believe what he's going through is genuine. They don't believe that you can feel that you should have been a boy, because they're like, God doesn't make mistakes and that God would never want this. And so they actively fight against that.
So it's
predicated, their rights.
It's predicated on God. It's also predicated on the notion that God doesn't make mistakes.
Well, it's predicated on a prejudice that they have, and they use God as a way to justify their prejudice.
So what you're telling me is that there are people who don't like something, and they got to bring God into it.
I've never heard of that.
Oh, come on. That seems disingenuous, to say the least.
Well, it's very disingenuous. But then there's a lot of people, I mean, you'll go online and you'll be a completely different person than you are in your day-to-day life, and you'll be one of those people that will tell someone that is transgender to kill themselves, and that happened to the woman that killed herself in the special that Dave Chappelle was talking about. Like,
right.
A lot of people were telling Daphne that they should kill themselves, and it's just there's just a lot of terrible people out there, and I think Liz is trying to put a point on this where it's like, it's really, really difficult to be transgender just from the jump. And then on top of that, you are constantly bombarded by people that are trying to make you feel like there's something wrong with you or that you should kill yourself. And so it's really, when you have a special like Dave's and you have people hearing what he's saying and not really listening, but just being like, oh, I'm going to laugh at that because I relate more to him than I do to the trans people, it can be pretty damaging.
I made reference to this earlier, but it is still fascinating to me that once upon a time, people who were developing the web and the internet were convinced that people would be nicer to each other because they were anonymous. That it was the anonymity that would as though they never. This is the difference between like people who are, the cliche about, computer nerds not really having a great grasp on like human nature because their brains just work differently. What a perfect encapsulation of that. And again, hindsight's 20/20. But if you know anything about human nature, why would anyone think that anonymity would make people more polite? That's amazing to me. Where if you're like, wait a second, so you think that if no one knows who you are, that where the conventional wisdom would be more along the lines of, if people know who you are, you would be more polite to them, rather than just someone behind a screen or behind a keyboard. It's amazing to me that there was ever a time where people thought anonymity would make, the internet's going to be great because, people won't be mean to each other because they'll be anonymous. And so now you've gotten to the point where people are very happy to identify themselves and still be awful to people online. Yeah, it's my picture, it's my name. Whatever.
Just say something really racist and really bigoted, and then look in their profile pictures like follower of Christ.
Mm-hmm. Right, exactly.
Lover, not a fighter, or lover, not a hater. I'm like, okay.
Oh, I got something like that earlier in the show. Somebody sent me some awful text about Mary, and clearly they tagged their texts with the word positivity.
What did it say?
Oh, I don't remember. I didn't pay that
That was
much
like their
attention to it,
signature?
but-
People still have a text signature?
I mean, I can't imagine they added that to their text. So, some people have, text signatures, whether it's their name or whatever.
That's so old-timey.
Positivity. It's funny. Well, it was an old-timey opinion. But it's still...
you remember it. You just don't want to say it.
No. I remember positive. I remember that the text was dismissive of you in some capacity, but I remember the positivity tag.
I dismiss anybody.
Which is like, follower of Christ. I love kids, and then they're like talking to people, love my grandkids and my nieces and nephews, and they're like, your kid should kill himself.
Little clarification on the Ezra Miller thing. I guess the fan that he got into it with asked him to sign like a Spider-Man comic, and he, as a guy that works for DC, he's not allowed to do that. And the guy kept pushing him to sign it. And then it like escalated. So like the guy was like trying to set him up in that way.
Oh, he was?
Yeah, that's what Josh told me.
What's his name?
Was he an Ezra Miller stan?
Miller.
My friend's daughter's name is Ezra Miller.
Pardon me?
My friend's, her last name is Miller, and she named her daughter Ezra. So,
was she familiar with the actor of the same name?
I don't know, to be honest with you. But I know an Ezra Miller, and she is 4.
There you go.
She's cute as hell,
my
too.
understanding was, and names can be interchangeable, but I've never heard of a female with the name Ezra. It's an old-timey guy name.
Ezra is also my niece's middle name, Isabella Ezra.
Her name's Ezra?
Ezra Miller.
The same kid's middle name is the same as her first name?
Ezra Ezra.
Like that old Oldsmobile.
Is there anyone better than her?
No.
Good.
Thank God. Mm-hmm. Hold on, let me find it real quick. No, I can't find it.
Can't find
the old Norm Macdonald joke.
Oh, yeah.
And for the second week in a row, Better Than Ezra has the number 2 spot on the Billboard charts. The top spot? No, I screwed it up. Better Than Ezra has the number 1 spot on the Billboard charts. The number 2 spot? Ezra. Yeah, I heard that song over the weekend for the first time in a long time. I hadn't heard Good by Better Than Ezra in a long, long time.
Good
and
song.
it's a good song, right?
I like that
song. Yeah. Poundcake should check that guy out. That's a good-looking front man. Better Than Ezra? I forget the guy's name. Kevin something. They're from New Orleans. He's a good-looking dude.
Chad Daniels just saw them in concert not that long ago and said that he was the funniest frontman he's ever seen.
Oh, really?
Yeah, like he's like
Kevin Griffin is the guy's
he's
name.
Like, I kind of want to quit comedy and just like be like, you don't go do it because you're better than anything I've ever said.
He's just like a good-looking dude. I don't know. Yeah, these guys still tour. They're down to a 3-piece, but
suit between all of them. 1 3-piece suit.
Yes.
One wears the vest.
One wears the vest, one gets the pants, and one gets the jacket. Yeah.
There's a sign-up sheet, and they have to tell each other who they like. I'll get it Tuesday. Like when you're sharing a car with a sibling or something. They had some lean years, so they spent some money on a Brooks Brothers 3-piece.
Talking about a song like it where you really don't know what they're saying.
Living with her.
Wow. I don't know what the words are.
This guy kind of looks like Tony Modelone with like hair, like longer hair.
Who that is?
Tony who?
He ran for mayor here. Not too
the
long.
T-shirt guy.
Yeah, Fresh Fruit Tees guy.
Huh. Yeah, okay.
He's good looking, though.
Yeah, they're still around. They're still doing stuff. They had a handful of hits. This is a solid post-grunge, boy.
Yeah.
Better than Ezra. All right. I don't think they share a suit.
And they're down with the swirl. There's a black guy in there.
Yes, they do have a black guy in the band now. Wow. He just says wow. What's the matter with that? Wow. Yeah. What's the matter with wow? They all went to Louisiana State University. That's
Damn,
what they
he's
meant.
53. He could get it.
The singer?
Yes, he's 53.
Yeah, he's a good-looking dude.
But at 53, though.
Dude, that's 3 years older than me.
Yeah, but
He's not decrepit. I mean, you know.
I don't see a gray. He's perfect.
Well, yes, he's probably coloring his hair, but I mean, what's the matter with that? He's got good bone structure, right?
Shirt.
And he's out there doing a wow. Wow. Yeah.
That is the lyrics, actually.
Is it a wow, wow,
A wow, wow.
A wow,
Yeah.
wow.
Yeah. A wow, wow.
What kind of sushi you want? A wow.
Yeah, he's in Nashville now. He works in he's in suburban Nashville because that's where all the songwriting is happening right now. His house basically got blown over in Katrina, so then he.
I forgot about that one.
Yeah, so they had a handful of good songs, and there you go. Bringing back Better Than Ezra. Hey, 100.7 WMMS. Doing it all night is weekend. Better Than Ezra, the Buzzard. I don't know.
You were off.
I was off. Song called In the Blood. The hot Kevin Griffin, I should say. Oh, that got away from me there. All right, anyway. Anytime you see the best of Better Than Ezra, you can be sure that you've at least got 2 or 3 songs on that album. I think they covered Werewolves of London most recently.
Werewolf Dolph Lundgren.
I'm sorry? Werewolf Dolph Lundgren. Yeah. They should have covered Werewolf Bar Mitzvah. That would have been fun.
Spooky scary.
Boys becoming men. Men becoming wolves.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah.
Boys becoming men. Men becoming wolves.
Why this song now?
Walking through the streets of Soho in the rain.
Doesn't sound funny to me. All right. Okay, I'm going to take a break, and if you want to get the last word in, send me a text, 35192. For that, next chance for you to grab $1,000 is going to be on the way. You can go fund yourself coming up at 6:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show.
On Alfred. listening to The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, we got to go. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. Bill Burr going to be on the show tomorrow. He's playing the Romo Fijo next spring. As part of that tour, those tickets are on sale. What do you have coming up, William?
October 28th. Things are about to get real funny in Tremont because
they were downright maudlin before,
yeah,
but
now
now
it's so funny.
Yeah,
because October 28th starts the High and Dry Comedy Hour with Bill Squire at High and Dry. You can get the information by going to High and Dry with Bill Squire on Facebook. That's the page for the events. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire. Check out the Bill Squire Show podcast on YouTube, iHeartRadio, or wherever you get your podcast. And then go donate to that cause I'm doing, the bartender thing for Rec to Connect. That information is on my Twitter and Instagram story.
Mary Lynn?
Thursday, November 4th, I'm headlining Hilarities downtown Cleveland. Information for that is in the link in my bios on Instagram at Mary Santora Comedy and Twitter, Mary_Santora.
Would you say East 4th is about to get funny?
East 4th it doesn't even know what's coming to it.
Poundcake?
Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram. That's all I got for now.
Okay, cool. Thanks, guys, very much for hanging out. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. If you want to leave us a message anytime, you can. After Hours line is 216-986-8903. The show is available on the iHeartRadio app, as is The Week in Cox. That is now in podcast form, too, if you're not up early on a Sunday morning. And if you want to watch the show, you can. The live stream's archived at our YouTube channel, The Alan Cox Show. Thursday night, Browns play again, which means I'll be downtown after the show for the Cox Out pregame. We do it before all of the Browns home games, whether it's a Sunday or a Thursday night at the Ivy downtown. So I'll see you there on Thursday. Look ahead to that. And that's it. Rachel Elliott is next after 6:30, along with Your Shot, here in minutes to get another $1,000. You can go fund yourself, so listen to that keyword for that money.